All right, good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us here at the Athens-Clarke County City Hall for the monthly business meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. It is Tuesday, November 7th, 2023. If business is not concluded by 8:15, there will be a 15-minute break, so you have that to look forward to. All right, I'm going to ask Clerk Spratlin, who's in front of me, to call roll for us, please.
Here.
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 Present.
Here.
Here? Here.
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 Here. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, as is always the case, I'm going to read our civility pledge, and then we have a presentation to begin the evening. The civility pledge provided to us by the Georgia Municipal Association that we adopted this year indicates that the way we govern ourselves is often as important as the positions we take. Our collective decisions will be better when differing views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered. All people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness, and we value all input. And we can commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to one another. So I'm going to move over to next to Clerk Spratlin. All right, we are really excited tonight. We have a lot of friends here with us, and we are here to celebrate a particularly great project that is well underway here in Athens-Clarke County. Longtime county residents and those, of course, who voted in the 2020 SPLOST will recall that one of the most significant projects on that SPLOST ballot referendum, and one that's now firmly under construction, is what's come to be known as the North Downtown Development Project. And it's a great project not only because of what's coming out of the ground and the real human impacts it's going to have on the individuals who will be living there for generations to come, but because this government made a significant commitment of more than $40 million of public funds, to my knowledge, the greatest dollar value public referendum for an affordable housing project ever in the state at that point. And not only is it a great project in terms of public commitment, and does it feel like a great project for what we're doing for the community, but it's been recognized as a great project by an awards. And so I have a short narrative to read, and it is that the annual Georgia Planning Association Awards Program has recognized this outstanding work here in the state of Georgia. The North Downtown Athens Master Planning Study won the 2023 Chapter Award in the, quote, Outstanding Public Involvement category. This category recognizes an initiative where a region or community involves the general public in a planning activity above and beyond the minimum state or local requirements, and where that involvement contributes greatly to the final product. We're excited to see this project gain such fitting recognition for its extensive community engagement efforts, especially with the challenges it overcame by kicking it off at the start of a pandemic. So I'd like to call forward some partners who've been critical elements of this. So first, if Connie Staudinger and Rick Parker, current and former Housing Authority directors, would come forward. I'd also like to call forward members of the Athens Housing Authority Board who are here, Chair Val Danion, Vice Chair Jim Smith, members Charlie Maddox, Frank Platt, Michelle Pearson Tucker, and Jacqueline Askew. If they are here, please come forward. I also want to recognize Columbia Residential's team. I believe we have Jim Gawley and Carmen Chubb here. Thank you for being with us. Come on forward. And I believe we have from the Jonathan Rose Company, Brandon Kurse. Good to have you here, Brandon. I think this is the first time I've seen Brandon in person, not on the digital medium, in many moons. Good to see you. We've got from JHP Architecture and Urban Design, John Schrader, Brian Keith, and Zoe Zhao. Any of those folks, please come forward. And we have Marilyn Hall from the Georgia Planning Association, who is going to present this award. And then I think, Josh, are you going to take the picture? Is that your? Nikki is taking the picture. Thank you, Nikki. Other duties as assigned. So everybody, this is a big team, but it's a big project, and it's a project that wouldn't happen without every single one of these folks with us. So please give them a round of applause. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate the partnership. Great work, all. Thank you. Thanks, Charlie. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Right. As we know, great work is teamwork. And so as a team, one of the things that we need to do is approve the minutes of meetings of Tuesday, October 3rd, Tuesday, October 17th, and non-voting meetings of Tuesday, October 10th, and Tuesday, October 17th. And I'm going to turn to you, Commissioner Thornton.
I would like to make a motion to reconsider agenda item number 24 from the October regular voting meeting related to the transition plan for sanctioned homeless in encampment for the purpose of placing this item back on the agenda this evening for reconsideration.
All right, so I've got a motion for reconsideration of that item from our last voting meeting from Commissioner Thornton. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion for reconsideration from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Link. All right, all in favor of reconsideration of that item, which will move this to the bottom of our agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we'll reconsider that. I do need now a motion for approval of those meeting minutes that I just mentioned.
I so moved. Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton and a second from Commissioner Taylor for approval of those meeting minutes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, minutes are approved. All right,
I have a quick question. So the reconsideration comes in after 22?
that's right. So
Okay, thank
after
you.
item 22, so it'll be
Okay,
23.
thank you.
That's exactly right, Commissioner. All right, do need to note, we've got public input tonight on several items, and you're going to see public input on the consent agenda. You'll see separate public input on each of the zoning items. You'll have public input on old and new business as a cluster. And then at the conclusion of the meeting, there will be public input on any item that was not on tonight's agenda. Terms of public input are generally the same. You will see a light in front of Clerk Spratlin. You have 3 minutes to speak. The light will turn green when your time begins, yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your 3 minutes has concluded. And I will thank you for being here with us tonight. It is that time when we have public input on the consent agenda. But first, I do need to ask commissioners, is there any item you would like to remove from the consent agenda? Commissioner Canby.
Yeah, number 9.
Number 9, all right. So 9 will move to old and new business. Any other item? Commissioner Link?
Number 3, please.
And Commissioner Houle?
Numbers 1 and 2, please.
Okay. All right. And I do need to make the note that staff has asked that item 8 be removed for some additional legal work. Could I have a motion to amend the agenda to remove item 8?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Myers to remove item 8. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so now again is that time for the public to speak to any item on the consent agenda. So given the removals, we have items 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10 that are all part of the consent agenda. Would any member of the public like to speak to any of those items, that small handful of items? Again, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. Now is that time. Good evening. Just give us your name and let us know the item to which you're speaking.
I'm here to talk about clean energy, and my name is Sally Coonan, live at 760 Rambling Road. This past September, our group, Sea Change Conversations, offered 5 presentations about climate in this community, and many of you were able to attend. I thank you for your time. I hope if there's one single takeaway from that night, it is that the need to address climate change is urgent. The good news is that our county already has an outstanding plan in place to address these challenges. The Clean and Renewable Energy Resolution document, right here, which the Commission passed unanimously in 2022. The goal of the resolution is to have, quote, 100% clean and renewable electricity for all municipal properties, government operations, and community-wide buildings by 2035. That's in 11 years. I realize that today the Commission faces some huge decisions: land use planning, downtown development, and affordable housing, to name a few. As you wrestle with these difficult problems, it's understandable that the clean energy goals may be put aside. But one thing I realize as I've learned more about climate change is that climate change affects everything, and everything affects climate change. So in order to make really smart decisions about the issues you're facing, it's important to think about what the Commission has asked us to do, and that is in this document, and that is to put in place the Clean Energy Task Force. Point number 6 of the executive summary in this very document, that you'll see a copy of this that I printed out for each of you, says to establish and maintain Clean Energy Task Force. Undoubtedly, local concern about climate change is dramatically growing. It is widespread. For example, our small organization presented this show to over 400 individuals. On our mailing list, there are nearly 1,000 participants subscribing to it, our monthly newsletter. It's apparent that the members of our community care deeply about climate change. And that brings me to why I'm here tonight. I urge the Commission to set up, at the very earliest opportunity, the Clean Energy Task Force called for by the Commission in its own 2020 Clean Energy Renewal. And before I close, I want to say thank you so much for your service. I know it's a big, demanding job, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you, Ms. Coonan. Is there anyone else here to speak to any of those consent agenda items that remain on the agenda? Again, those are 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. All right, seeing none, consent agenda items are handled with a single vote. I'd entertain a motion from a member of the body to approve those consent agenda items 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Taylor. Attorney Drake, do we have any ordinances among those?
1 and 2 are ordinance, they removed, your
All right,
Mayor.
all right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, those consent agenda items are approved. All right, we're going to move on to our planning and zoning items as next order of business. We have 3 of those this evening. First order of business is item number 11 regarding Newton Bridge Road. Is there any member of the public who's here to speak to Newton Bridge Road? Good evening.
All right, and before I start, I did communicate with the clerk earlier today that I have 10 minutes to speak. Is that correct?
You registered as the 10-minute?
Yes,
Okay, go
yes,
right ahead.
perfect. All right. Hi, my name is Ellie Swinson. I live at 140 Saxon Woods Drive, and I currently work as a community planner and completed my master's degree in urban planning and design with a practicum focused on transportation and equitable development along Newton Bridge Road corridor. I'm therefore deeply invested in this area's current and future development on both a personal and professional level. I'm speaking this evening in opposition to D.R. Horton's application for rezoning and future land use change at 1125 Newton Bridge Road. As I stated in my comments to the Mayor and Commission in April, it is important to note that I do not carry any NIMBY ideology or anti-development sentiments into this discussion. In fact, I agree that housing of some sort makes sense on this parcel. My argument, rather, is about 1, the type of development, 2, the timing of this request, and 3, the company proposing this amendment. My concerns about the proposed rezoning and future land use change span a range of issues, all of which point to the importance of proactive planning for this area to protect it against the kind of sprawl development that this project would establish. Development is happening along the Newton Bridge Road corridor, with General Times construction of over 200 apartments, as well as retail, office, and restaurant space just 2 miles south, and more build-to-rent residential projects slated for even closer. This parcel will continue to have increased appeal to developers. And I say this to point out that D.R. Horton's suggestion that they are somehow the only company that will do the work to develop this parcel is misleading. Athens has the opportunity to be picky here, which is a great privilege. The area's growth means that we are not beholden to developers like D.R. Horton who offer additional favors, especially when those favors aren't effective solutions to significant problems like housing access, community equity, and roadway fatalities. First up, the type of development. A lot of the conversation around this project is based on increasing housing stock as much as possible, as soon as possible. But history has taught us clearly that the wrong type of housing can be detrimental to a community's ability to thrive, especially when that housing is located and developed in areas that are lower income and/or predominantly communities of color. According to the 2020 census, the nearby neighborhoods along Cathwood and Vincent are 85% residents of color, and they have a median household income of just over $35,000, which is 28% lower than the city-county average. These demographics show that this parcel has significant equity implications for our community, especially because single-family housing development is known to contribute to price-based displacement of renters due to rent increases and homeowners as well. The $350,000 standalone single-family housing that D.R. Horton proposes will not satisfy Athens' deep need for affordable housing. And further, it will directly threaten the housing security of residents currently in the area. As discussed in depth by the Planning Commission and this body as well in your respective reviews, single-family housing is known to put disproportionate burden back on the city, county, and infrastructure and public services costs that are not sufficiently covered by the increase in taxes that accompany the development. While D.R. Horton is paying for the installation of a pump station, the maintenance of that station will fall to ACC. Also, the cost of fire and police services and road maintenance are additional costs that we will have to account for. Road maintenance is specifically important to note since the site design is heavily car dependent and has a network of completely unconnected sidewalks. Both the proposed path into Holland Youth Sports Complex and the sidewalk along Newton Bridge Road have no sidewalk network to plug into. Holland, as a park, does not have any sidewalks on its internal roads, and Newton Bridge Road has no pedestrian or bike facilities. This project then is not only isolated from public transit routes, but it also does not have any safe connections to external destinations. The site plan as proposed is a sprawl development that would effectively remove Newton Bridge Road corridor's potential to serve as a productive, vibrant, and equitably developed node of Athens. ACC staff also stated these concerns in their own report, saying, quote, "The project is mostly incompatible with the comprehensive plan, particularly regarding the cost of public services, the lack of variety in housing types, and the missed opportunity to design a neighborhood that could serve as a walkable node next to the park." Second, the timing. I urge the Mayor and Commission to recognize that this rezone request is coming at a critical time. Athens is already deep into the process of updating its future land use map. And this map includes multiple rounds of public involvement, extensive staff review, and engagement from elected officials. My ask here is very simple. Give our future land use map a fighting chance. Instead of private developers dictating land use patterns, give Athens the opportunity to plan its future with a holistic scope. The parcel is too important to rezone without a larger community input effort. And the future land use map is the ideal avenue through which to have these conversations and shape our future with a people-centric rather than profit-centric approach. Finally, the company. I recognize that usually the who of rezoning requests is irrelevant, but in this case, the applicant's professional reputation is important to consider. After attending multiple presentations about this project and researching more about the company on my own, I still do not believe that D.R. Horton is the right developer for this property. As addressed previously, D.R. Horton's consumer affairs rating is 1.3 out of 5 stars, but more significant than that is the fact that they have been named in multiple class action lawsuits across a multitude of states, including one they just settled this September, paying homeowners $16.1 million to resolve claims of defects in foundations, concrete, siding, framing, windows, and veneers. Other suits include claims of D.R. Horton forcing homeowners to waive their warranty of habitability when purchasing new homes and building homes that were not up to code and therefore could not be insured. These suits demonstrate that D.R. Horton does not have a product or a business model Athens can count on for quality housing that will strengthen our community. In addition to these national issues, D.R. Horton's interaction with the Athens community during this process misses the mark. In the spring, this body specifically named that more community input was needed. And while D.R. Horton did hold an additional community meeting, that meeting did not present any meaningful changes to the plan. There was no substantial design adjustments, no follow-ups on resident concerns about school districts, traffic safety, affordability, or environmental impact. The submitted traffic studies discuss level of service, which has been addressed in this room. It is a measure of speed and not of safety. The proposed changes, adding turn lanes, decrease drivers' wait times, but they do not address any of the safety issues on Newton Bridge Road, which will be amplified with the addition of a car-dependent neighborhood with over 200 homes. This corridor has had 2 fatal crashes in the past 3 years and also has significant freight traffic due to Terrapin, Estes Trucking, Power Partners, and the North Georgia Food Bank. It's a complex road with a variety of modality needs, and we need to do more planning and design before development like this can be added to the area. Their offer to pay for these roads may seem enticing, but paying for a solution that does not solve the problem is not bait worth biting. To their credit, D.R. Horton did honor one change since the spring, and the application is now a binding site plan. And while I appreciate that gesture as requested by the Mayor and Commission and by me too, D.R. Horton has simply checked this box without incorporating the further concerns. My hope is that this parcel will be developed in a way that is responsive to Athens' needs and supportive of its future. And based on its record of low-quality construction and coercion and its approach to this proposal, I do not believe that D.R. Horton can satisfy those metrics. When faced by a crisis as impactful and widespread as unaffordable housing, it is easy to feel overwhelmed, as if nothing can be done, as if no change can make a difference. And tonight, I am asking this commission to consider a different approach, one where every single decision matters. I deeply believe that the 1125 Newton Bridge Road parcel matters more than its potential profit and revenue. It has the potential to set the precedent for development not just 5 or 10 years from now, but far into the future of this community. I ask you all to please consider my arguments and oppose this rezoning request in favor of a more equitable and sustainable Athens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swinson. If everybody would just listen to the speakers, I'd appreciate that. We want to go ahead and hear everybody who's coming up. Attorney Drake, if you get that card from Ms. Swinson, I appreciate it. All right, is anyone else here to speak to item 11, the Newton Bridge Road project? All right, I believe Commissioner Thornton, this is in your district, and you're ready to make a motion.
Yes, I'm making a motion to hold this project for 30 days. Not just because of the rezoning, but we also had the pump station, which is not on the agenda. So I'm making a motion to hold it for 30 days and hopefully can address some of the information that I heard that probably wasn't the most accurate, but I'll be able to address that next month.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton to hold. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a second from Commissioner Fisher. Attorney
I
Drake?
was just wondering, should we hold it to the next regular meeting, which would be 35 days?
Well, let's, can we hold for, until the December voting meeting?
I'm sorry, the December voting meeting.
Slightly
so-
modified motion.
Yes.
You fine with that?
Then do
Okay.
I need to, I'll read it's actually, we have 2 items that need to be held. We have the amendment to the future land use map and the rezoning. I can read those now, Mr. Mayor.
Please do.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending the official future development map of Athens-Clarke County by changing the designation of the parcel of land located at 1125 Newton Bridge Road from employment center, traditional neighborhood, and for other purposes. Then an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 137.7 acres located at 1125 Newton Bridge Road from employment industrial with conditions to RS 25 single-family residential and for other purposes.
All right, so there's a motion and second to hold till the next voting meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will see this in December. All right, item 12 regards 1580 Barnett Shoals Road. Is there anyone here to speak to that? Good evening.
Good evening. Frank Pittman, with Pittman and Greer Engineering. We're at 1050 Barber Creek Drive in Watkinsville. I'm here representing the buyers of the property, but I've also represented the current owners of the property for the last close to 20 years. The property is at the corner of Research and Barnett Shoals. It's currently CO zoned. The current owners have owned it for almost 20 years, and they've tried over the years to find commercial users for the property. It's not real conducive to commercial. The topography doesn't lend itself to commercial use. There's a lot of fall from the top to the bottom, and it's a little small for a lot of commercial users as well. So we are here asking for a rezone to RM2 to allow for some for 66 one-bedroom units, and mostly in quadplexes. Some are in duplexes, to be catered towards grad students, vet school students, and such. This would not be catered towards undergrads, no amenities as part of the project. We have met with all staff, and there was I think the staff recommended approval with a condition for us, a stormwater-related condition that we already knew about. We've got to tie the stormwater into Barnett Shoals and not across the road, which is fine. The Planning Commission also recommended approval to you guys, and we're here to ask for approval as well. And I'll let my client speak too, and let you tell him a little bit about him. Thank you.
All right. Others speaking to the Barnett Shoals Road project? Evening.
Hi, I'm Charlie Hill. We live at 4895 Barnett Shoals Road. And as I said a couple weeks ago, the quality construction that we're going to do here, I think, is far above most of what I see in Athens. And it would be similar to another one-bedroom project just down the street from this one on Barnett Shoals. We have front porches on all the units. There are metal roofs, galvanized gutters and downspouts, brick bases. It's a much better quality construction, and it'll be an excellent project. It's more of the cottage style architecture, and I think it will fit in very well with the neighborhood. The other, I've read the paper, and Frank just mentioned, yes, we would, like vet school students and grad students, but the another large part of the pool is young professionals, which that's really I think that's the highest use for the other. The others have 47 bedrooms, and I think that's the predominant person who's renting as young professionals. So, and I didn't really know there was a one bedroom market like this in Athens, but there definitely is, and so I would respectfully ask that it be approved.
Thanks, Mr. Hill.
And I'll
Appreciate
be
it.
happy to answer any questions if anybody has.
Is there anyone else here to speak to the Barnett Shoals Road project? All right, we'll move to motion. Commissioner Myers, you ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, and a second from Commissioner Link to approve. Can you read the ordinance for us, Attorney Drake?
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 2.99 acres located at 1580 Barnett Shoals Road from CO Commercial Office to RM2 Mixed Density Residential and for other purposes.
Thanks, Attorney Drake. Some remarks, Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'm happy to support this on this area. I will miss walking by those empty lots on my way to the YWCO, but it is already zoned commercial office. It is surrounded by some other RM2 lot properties, as well as RM2. There's a whole lot of RM2 all the way down Barnett Shoals. There's RM1 behind it, and there's commercial general and commercial around it. So it's a very smooth fit with the surrounding multifamily development and commercial development. I also just want to say that I appreciate this developer's desire to build a quality product in these one-bedroom units. And hope for a future when we can re-examine some of our future land use and by right zoning. I know this developer was interested in not only, he talked about the cottage courts, but was interested in the cottage court green where the units would be facing out to that. But because of our present zoning and building restrictions, that was really kind of prohibitive for him to do as a smaller development. But I'm looking forward to, as we move in with our future land use code and rezoning and looking at some of the other things on the work plan of the planning department, that will allow some small developers like this a little bit more creativity. Right now, though, I'm just really happy to support this.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any follow-up, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. This development makes total sense, and I am really impressed with the cottage style of it. I would like to see us, get more similar projects like this through. And I foresee a fairly diverse market for this, in addition to the grad students and vet students and young professionals. I know plenty of aging Gen Xers that would be happy to move into a project like this, and, empty nesters. There's definitely a need for this kind of small, single-family or single-bedroom rental market.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other remarks from members of the body? All right. Yes, Commissioner Taylor?
I will not be supporting this project because although it does fit with some of the scope of what we see in that area, but the fact that we have a housing crisis and we have families that's sleeping in cars, these one bedrooms does not meet the needs of the things that we talk about Tuesday after Tuesday when we talk about wanting to have more housing stock to help residents. This feeds more into more student housing that we see all over Athens-Clarke County. So I will not be supporting this project.
Any further remarks?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that I did explain to the developer our inclusionary zoning. That was an option that could go forth. Unfortunately, and maybe this is something we can address in our moving forward with our inclusionary zoning and other ordinances that encourage affordable housing, is that because of the parking that would be required on this lot, which is not very big at all, you wouldn't be able to put more density in there to do the affordable housing and use that option, something I regret. But anyway, I just wanted to make that point.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I think
You read it already. You read it first.
You did. All right, all opposed?
Aye.
I'm opposing also.
Please note Commissioner Thornton and Commissioner Taylor opposed. All right, we are moving to item number 13, and this regards 243 Bray Street. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to this? 243 Bray Street. Seeing none, I'll move to Commissioner Lincoln, whose district this resides.
Yeah, I'll be making a motion to table this. I've been in communication with the developer. We met, and he's also, I've spoken with most of the adjacent residents. The developer's also met with Athens Land Trust. We're looking at, he's looking into taking advantage of the inclusionary zoning to have some definite affordable housing included in this project, and we're going to meet with the residents on site this weekend to discuss some conditions on the property to assure that the impact on the adjacent properties is minimal, and to assure that it conforms to the existing RS5 massing and height stipulations, so that we can increase the density on this lot and get some actual affordable housing as well as some community amenities on the lot.
And, I think we can come forward next month with some clear conditions that will assure for the most beneficial and most viable project.
So to be explicit, the motion is to hold until the December voting
The
meeting.
December voting meeting, yes.
All right, is there a second?
I second it.
All right, there's a second from Commissioner Thornton. And can I have you read the ordinance, Attorney Drake?
Orders to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 1.08 acres located at 243 Bray Street from RS5 Single Family Residential to RM2 Mixed Density Residential and for other purposes.
Any follow-up remarks, Commissioner Thornton?
No, I think that Commissioner Link is probably looking at how this is going to be years from now and just not a short fix. So Bray Street is kind of in my district, so I would like to see something that is long-term. So this would definitely be part of it.
I'll share some information with you, Commissioner Thornton,
Okay.
as we come up with some conditions. We're looking at a little bit of diversity in the housing offerings.
Thank you.
Any other remarks from members of the body? All right, the motion is to hold until the December voting meeting. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to old and new business. And so given there were some items moved from the agenda, items 1, 2, 3, 9, and 14 through 22 are for discussion. 1, 2, 3, 9, and 14 through 22. So if any member of the public would like to speak to any of these, now's that time. Just let us know your name, the item to which you're speaking. And Judd will take the card from you.
Hi, my name is Jody Weber, and I'm here to talk about the proposed fire station. I'd like to begin by letting you know that Maxine Esom sends her regret to not be here. She's not feeling well, but she was going to read something, and when I saw it, I thought it was important, and so I offered to read it on her behalf. And this is the purpose of the Agricultural Residential AR District. Just, you know this, but I think for all of us to be reminded of this. To maintain an area of rural use and character within Athens-Clarke County. To preserve a working agricultural landscape in these areas. To conserve environmentally sensitive resources. To stabilize and protect single-family characteristics of the district. To promote and encourage a suitable environment for family life. Application of the zone will ensure that the farming, pasture, and forestry uses and the scenic values associated with these and the single-family residential character of these areas are protected from incompatible development that could result in the degradation of these values. Clustered housing is permitted and encouraged in the form of conservation subdivisions, leaving large amounts of land in agricultural use and open space. So with that in mind, I continue to be confused by why you are looking at 3 sites, all surrounding my little neighborhood in an AR zone. It seems like that is violating the very purpose and the very thing that you are here to protect. So I encourage you to once again go back to the drawing board and take a look for a more suitable space. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Weber. Is anyone else? Folks, I've got several folks who are going to speak. If you'd line up, if you're ready to speak, and just hold all your thoughts in your head. I appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Chris Gasley, 340 Millstone Circle. Read quite a bit lately on the development of selection of committee for the site for the new fire station. It's to me apparent that the site selection process was generally faulty. It's obvious that the geographic center of the area served was taken priority over the center of population where people and the associated structures, like their homes, are associated in that area, not in the rural area. It's my opinion that the failure of this process has been confirmed by the candidate site's embarrassing low scores, which I'm sure you've seen, as well as the lack of unanimity for support both on the committee and by residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gasly. Other folks who would like to speak to old or new business this evening? And you can line up at the podium. That facilitates the evening.
My name is Becky Stevens, and I live at 1450 Morton Road. My husband Dan and I are native Athenians, and we think that Athens is unique in what it has to offer its citizens, and that includes keeping Old Lexington Road, Morton Road, as an agricultural corridor. I've written all of you with my thoughts before, so I won't go into everything. But I would like to say that if you could use some land that you already own, like Southeast Clarke Park, and centralize beautiful things like a library, the fire station, the playground, it would all be, I think, a centerpiece for that side of town, that East Athens. And I guess I just have to say, it doesn't seem to fit on the Morton Road area, and we'd like for you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Good evening.
Hi there. My name is Lizzie Zucker-Saltz, and I have lived at Shoal Creek Farm neighborhood for just a year and a half, and I'm so struck by how incredibly peaceful it is. There's deer walking nonchalantly across the road, turtles sunning themselves on our lake. We have this nature conservancy people have worked hard to establish that's home to like 20,000 species of moths. And I mean, there's all this work being done by UGA students on the biology there. So it is a really, really naturally peaceful, pleasant area with 70 families, many of whom have lived there since its inception. And I've just been really struck by that. So then I heard about fire stations with fire trucks screaming their sirens across from our entrance on a 2-lane road. I thought that's a joke. That can't possibly be where they want to put this. Or even on our beautiful organic farm that fronts onto Morton. That would make absolutely no sense. So I'm just here to say, please look at what they are thinking about doing and the compatibility that makes no sense with this particular neighborhood. And I know my neighbors are all here to say this as well. We love our neighborhood and we really don't want its character to change for no reason, when it would make a lot more sense out by Walmart or somewhere where there's a lot of speed and the fire trucks can go quickly and get to the populations as opposed to where there isn't a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Zucker-Saltz. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Devin Rains. As a design professional, I've designed fire station, Town of LaPointe Fire Hall, LaPointe, Wisconsin. As a recognized expert in planning for Monroe County Planning and Environmental Resource Department, Monroe County, Florida, I'm recognized as an expert through testimony to the Florida State Supreme Court on behalf of that department, where I am Planning and Development Permit Services Manager, where I have reviewed and coordinated planning and design approval for fire stations, sheriff stations, the Key West Airport, emergency operations centers, et cetera. The process that has taken place here in the site selection has been faulty, and I highly encourage you to turn this back to the commission, or to the SPLOST Site Selection Committee to start over. They've learned a lot through this process. I think they can do a much better job with their public review of comments and provide that information back to you, the commissioners who have to vote on this item. So please recognize my opposition to this item and vote no on approval. Send it back to SPLOST for re-review of additional sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rains. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Benny Come. We are speaking on J, right?
Speaking on old and new business, so that is items 1, 2, 3, 9, and then 14 through 22.
Okay, so we, on J.
You're not there yet, no.
So we won't be to J till the end of the evening.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. My mistake.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Josh Bridwell, and I'm here to speak to the short-term rental moratorium. I live at 335 Rivermont Road in Forest Heights, which is part of Mr. Fisher's district. We've lived in Athens for about 5 years, and in that time, we began renting one of our homes on Airbnb for UGA football games, but quickly found that there was a need in Athens for short-term rentals in the area. After renting for just football games, we began renting the house for weekends to earn a little extra money and we tried to purchase another home to rent out our current full-time home on Airbnb. Since that time, we now have 3 Airbnbs, which includes our basement apartment that we rent at our full-time residence. We want to ask the commissioners to consider people like us who are renting our homes and managing them in a professional manner that is courteous of our neighbors and our homeowners in Athens. We maintain an excellent relationship with all of our neighbors. We keep up with our homes, yards, and check in to make sure that our neighbors are happy. We're not a party home that's been thrown around in these meetings. We explicitly state in our rules that no parties are allowed and have cameras outside of our homes and decibel monitors inside to ensure that no one's coming to party. The people that come to visit are parents coming to visit their children at UGA with their pets, contractors coming to town to work on new developments, or simply tourists looking to come and explore the wonderful things that Athens has to offer. All of these people come to town looking for a place that they can relax in, spread out, feel safe, cook a home-cooked meal, and not feel cramped in a hotel room. The overwhelming majority of people renting Airbnbs are not looking for a party house, nor are owners marketing their homes as a party house. I can tell you firsthand that party houses are the last thing that we would want happening in our homes. I think a small number of incidents are being applied to the larger majority of good hosts trying to do things the right way, and there are a lot of assumptions made about Airbnbs as a whole. I would love to sit down with the commissioners or any resident who would love to discuss these issues further. Hosts like myself are not being given a fair opportunity to be heard and clear up any issues. By taking away Airbnbs altogether takes away a job from my wife, who's been able to make a full-time job out of our business. We pay our taxes to the county and state and have worked hard to ensure that we provide a safe place for visitors to come visit town. We support local regulations, registrations, and ordinances, but ask that you consider people like my wife and I who have made a career out of short-term rentals when discussing banning Airbnbs altogether. If these were banned, it would be detrimental to my family's financial stability and many others in Athens, and our ability to live in Athens. The issue is very important to us, and we'd ask everyone to think deeply about the future of Airbnbs moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Josh, let me get your last name for the record. I'm sorry.
Bridwell, Bridwell.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Josh. Good evening.
Just a couple of words about Fire Station 5. So my neighbors already said about almost everything, but I want to repeat. First, it's in the green belt of our county. Second, it's next to organic farm. And these people, actually, it's their business, their livelihood. And these greens and vegetables goes to local restaurants. And third, actually, I have even 4. And third, it will obviously will go over the budget in this location because roads should be improved. Turn from Morton Road to Lexington Road, it's very sharp. So roads should be widened, so it's a lot of money over the budget. And it's $6 million of taxpayers' money. Maybe we can spend it in some other places. And actually I had something okay. And what new area will be covered by this new fire station? It includes landfill, 1 square mile of Fleming family. They have 500 acres of land. And University System of Georgia, they also have about 1 square mile territory. This is a new territory that will be covered by this new station. But every subdivision on or with Davis Road will be further away from any fire station. and this is where people actually live. So, dear Commissioner, I ask you to reconsider and start all over and find a better location that will serve our taxpayers better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello. I'm here to speak about the moratorium. And I want to tell
And your name for the record, please?
Oh, sorry, Marilyn Vickers, in 197 Witherspoon Court. And I do agree with what you say, so I will speak from there. I reside in the Glenwood neighborhood. I appeared here on September 19th to support the temporary moratorium on short-term rentals. My concern began all too late when I found that the home next to me on our quiet cul-de-sac in a single-family dwelling or RS zone was going to be a VRBO, housing up to 18 people. This moratorium has given me hope that our neighborhoods can be saved from the blight of out-of-town investors who are making a mockery of our zoning ordinances and hollowing out our neighborhoods, which support the local residents, including people who own Airbnbs, businesses, schools, and workplaces of Athens-Clarke County. So I stand here again tonight out of my comfort zone to ask you to extend the moratorium. I brought copies. I imagine most of you have seen this. Would you hand Mr. Davenport, please? And this is I have turned it to the 5th page. This is last week's flagpole with the article by Leon Gallus, which explains better than I can the risk to our community that these short-term rentals pose and the means by which they can be regulated as the hotel businesses that they are. In many ways, by the zoning laws that we already have on the books, if you can find the will and the way to enforce them. A first step would be limiting STRs in zoned RS neighborhoods to owner-occupied only, again, as Mr. Bridwell talked about. A second step would be to impose conditions on non-owner occupied, especially who are, as I say, like the people next door to me, 3 families from Dallas with a fancy LLC, so that they can be taxed and regulated as businesses. I urge you to extend the moratorium and continue working on these steps. I understand the complicated issues of housing in our area and the balance that must be found to support homeowners, long-term renters, and those who are currently unhoused. I appreciate that you have listened to us, the citizens and voters of Athens-Clarke County, to bring forth the measures you have thus far brought forth. And a special thank you to my Commissioner, Mike Hamby, for that. Thank you for continuing to listen to us, and thank you for continuing to serve.
Thank you, Ms. Vickers. Is there anyone else here to speak to old or new business tonight?
Managed to keep all my stuff together. Lorraine Fuller, I live at 145 Millage Terrace. And like you, I have probably 800,000 deer in my neighborhood, and it's the heart of 5 Points. And I'm here to support extending the moratorium. I think we, as a community, really need to look at this issue and figure out how we can work with this and keep our communities whole and houses filled with people instead of empty, except on game weekends or party weekends. And I think we do need to think about the safety, because in 5 Points, we've had 2 drive-by shootings that have involved short-term rentals. And I know a lot of people say, well, that's not all short-term rentals, but I do think we need to think about that. So please continue the moratorium. Thanks. And thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Others who'd like to speak to old or new business? Good evening.
Hi, my name is Rich McCormick, and I live at 515 Highland Avenue. I guess I'd like to start by thanking you for enacting the short-term moratorium, and tonight I'm hoping that you will extend it. I think there can really be no turning back from this motion. A few interesting facts I came across include that just Airbnb itself, that company, has a market capitalization of $78 billion. It's the 174th most valuable company traded on the New York Stock Exchange, and it's about equal to General Motors and Ford combined. So it's a big operation. And also that short-term real estate investment trusts are the fastest growing segment in the hospitality sector of the economy. So it's very big business, it's traded globally, and the primary goal is profit and not really the quality of life of the people in the neighborhoods where they're located. Having said that, I don't want to be a hypocrite. I've stayed at very nice short-term rentals on vacations. They have a place in our society, but they require strict regulation or they undermine our neighborhoods. I feel like we need the moratorium to stay in effect until residents in all neighborhoods, especially single-family zoned areas, can be assured enforceable regulation. And I emphasize that because the ordinances, or I should say, the Ordinance 9-15-18, which is supposed to prevent more than 2 unrelated residents living in a rental home, is not acceptable. It's not enforceable the way it's written, and when one calls the code enforcement department, it's common to get kind of the cold shoulder. I think it's just a very difficult thing for them to enforce. I feel like, as Mrs. Vickers said, the STR should be locally owned, locally managed, and hosted. If there's a problem, I should be able to speak to an owner, like the gentleman in the back. I shouldn't have to call an 800 number and converse with a bot, or have to email and wait till the next day. Nor should I have to call the police station, after a football game. I think, they've got more important things to do. Anyhow, my time's about up, and I want to thank you again for your past decision, and I hope you will stick with it.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Is there anyone else here to speak to any item of old or new business tonight?
Go ahead. I hadn't really planned on speaking.
Good evening.
Teresa Friedlander, how are you all this evening, Mayor Gertz and Commission? Like I was saying, I hadn't planned on speaking this evening, but because item number 9 magically disappeared from the consent agenda, I got worried. So I'm just here to say that this project, SPLOST 2023, Project 6, the Timothy Road, Mitchell Bridge Road corridor improvements is extremely important to lots of people who live along the corridor and who would love to be able to connect into Atlanta Highway and other places without always having to get in the car. And furthermore, our poor little part of Clarke County has no parks. We have an elementary school, we have a number of churches, but public facilities we don't really have. So this is an important project. I really hope you all will support it and approve these preliminary plans. But a lot of work that's gone into it. A lot of people have paid attention to it and have solicited community input, and it's going to do great things for our part of the county. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Friedlander. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Broderick Flanagan, P.O. Box 295, Athens, Georgia. I want to speak briefly to item number 22. I'm still kind of learning a little bit about the charter, so I'm not so familiar with what guidance and direction you can give the city manager when directing the role and the scope of their work. But there were some questions that I think we should be asking the Classic Center in terms of the project and the investment that we have with them. Some citizens went to some of the public input sessions and we talked about wages, we talked about minority business and inclusion and contracting. I had a verbal conversation with some J.E. Dunn representatives, and they told me that they would be paying a certain wage on the project, but I have not been able to follow up with them to see that written anywhere on paper. They said verbally that they would be paying $16 an hour at minimum on that project, and they made other promises along the way. And so if you could direct the city manager to ask some of those follow-up questions, like what are the wages that they're paying on that job site? How many minority contractors have they contracted with locally? Where some of those workers are coming from in terms of hiring locally and paying them decent wages. And the reason that I feel like these questions are important is because when we continue to put money into these type of projects and these type of investments, and we talk about poverty in our community and other disparity things that come up, like the disparity study, we need to be asking these questions even of our community partners, and especially them. When we're talking about like investment and addressing poverty in a particular tangible type of way, we need to make sure that we're continuing to hold people accountable on these type of investments. And so I hope that resolution, item number 22, this is my first time hearing about it. I'm hoping it can be very fruitful though. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Anyone else here to speak to any item of old or new business before we go ahead and move to voting? Good evening.
Hey, all. I'm Alan Jones. I live in zip code 30606. And I'd just like to say thank you to all of you for your support of the Timothy Road multi-use path. However, I'd like to point out that the whereases in the documents for this left out an important part. The original T-SPLOST project presented by the residents of Timothy Road was for Timothy Road. The multi-use path was what was submitted to and approved by the T-SPLOST Advisory Committee. During T-SPLOST, no one from Mitchell Bridge made any mention of a desire for even a sidewalk. It was the commissioners at the time that decided that regardless of what was submitted and supported by the citizens, since Mitchell Bridge is the dividing line between two of their districts, they added it as part of the Timothy Road corridor. But regardless, we on Timothy are playing your political game. We can share. Something is better than nothing, although now we get to put together another proposal for the next T-SPLOST, and just to get the rest of our original ask. Yay, I get to do politics for another 10 years. I don't want to sound too ungrateful, though. This project has consumed a lot of my political energy, but I'd also like to thank the residents off Timothy Road and the members of Timothy Forward for pushing for this. I'd like to specifically thank Teresa Friedlander, who spoke earlier, Alex Harvey, and Claude Lett for the countless hours they put together gathering resident input and helping craft the original Timothy Road proposal. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Hamby for all the time he spent with us to help turn this into a reality, as well as the efforts of the Atlanta Highway User Group, the SPLOST office, and TPW. Apparently, to get one of these things through, it takes quite a village. And I'd also like to just thank most of y'all on the commission for being supportive of retrofitting our ridiculously car-dependent town with new sidewalks, paths, and bike lanes that just plain increase the quality of life being here. I just wish you could all speed this up. All these projects seem to take forever, and I don't know about y'all, but I don't have that long. Between T-SPLOST 2018 and 2022, or whatever we're calling it now, there are oodles, scientific word, of dollars put aside for alternate transportation. Please do what y'all can to cut down the red tape and just build something somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Anyone else here to speak to old or new business tonight before we move to voting on these items? All right, we are going to begin the very beginning of the agenda with the first item that was removed from our consent agenda, item 1. This is the ordinance referencing the government operations report reviewing the Parklet Program fee schedule. And Commissioner Houle, you asked for this to be removed.
I did because I mistakenly thought that we would be hearing from people on this item, and I didn't want it to sail through as part of consent without the opportunity to respond if we heard anything. But having not heard anything, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve. I do have one remark after that.
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion from Commissioner Hool, second from Commissioner Taylor. Go ahead, Commissioner Hool.
Or I guess I have two remarks. I mean, one is the bulk of the work done to get this here was not me, so I just happen to be motioning because of my weird removal from consent. But I do just want to point out, there's one thing that's kind of been part of this conversation that kind of disagree with the premise of, which is that revenue from parking is lost when a parklet takes up 1 or 2 or even 4 parking spaces. I think in most cases, we aren't losing that revenue. The people just park a bit further away. I think with very few exceptions, the vast majority of days of the year, there is vacant spaces around downtown and certainly in our parking decks. So I would just encourage us to maybe deprioritize that as the rationale for what we think of the value of these spaces being, although I think a lot of what else has been brought up is quite valid and compelling. Thanks.
Commissioner Taylor, any follow-up?
Yes, being a part of GOC and being a new commissioner, I learned a lot with working on the Parklet Program. I feel like it gives restaurants the opportunity to expand outside if they need to. And it also allows ACC to still receive funding from the parking spots that are used. That's it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Attorney Drake, let me have you read the ordinance, just so we've got that for the record. I'm going to have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to the schedule of fees to be adopted annually and for other purposes.
Thanks, Attorney Drake. Go ahead, Commissioner Fisher.
No, I always wanted to ask Commissioner Hu, do you have any data on what you just stated?
Hard data? No, I do not.
Okay.
So
you make an assumption?
In part, that's an assumption, yes. It's a assumption based on people who do work downtown and work downtown with the ADDA and own businesses downtown. It's an assumption based on feedback we've gotten from business owners who are interested in these programs. So it's also based on the experience of being downtown quite frequently. So, I mean, I'm supporting this moving forward. I'm just saying that when we think of it as needing to be a wash on lost revenue, I question whether the amount generated on average per space is actually fully lost if it's turned into a parklet, because I imagine that much of that revenue is actually still collected just further down the road.
Well, just to be clear, we was in those meetings, the staff did tell us there was lost revenue with the parklet. So, but again, we're gonna move forward. But just I just think when statements are said, have some facts or data to back it up.
Any other input on this item? All right, there's a motion from Commissioner Hool and a second from Commissioner Taylor. Attorney Drake has read the ordinance. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. We're going to move on to the second item, and this is the Residential Substance Abuse Treatment Program grant application. Commissioner Hool.
Sure. I had some questions for staff that were answered in their staff report, and then kind of a follow-up question with the manager, who I think spoke with the sheriff. And I guess I just wanted to check in on how staff may assist in coordinating a conversation between the sheriff and Advantage or any other applicable agencies for potential coordination around this and other programs. I'm thinking specifically about what we might call like a warm handoff from people exiting the jail. And noting also that Advantage has an HMIS system, and something that's recently changed for Advantage is having a staff member working out of the jail, doing social work there. I've also had some meetings recently with a few folks in the community, including folks at the Sparrow's Nest who have expressed interest in, I think as Jamie put it, walking with people exiting the jail rather than them walking out of it alone. So just curious how this program could potentially dovetail with other work in the community.
Well, it is an initiative of the sheriff's office, and the sheriff, of course, is a constitutional officer. I did reach out to him after your inquiry, and he let me know that they had invited Advantage at the outset of this, and Advantage didn't participate for whatever reason, and he's certainly willing to discuss any opportunities to collaborate with relevant partners.
Okay. That is very good news. As your delegate to the Advantage Board, I might go to them and see if we can have that conversation in a more formal fashion. Thanks.
Would you like to make a motion?
Oh, yeah, motion to approve.
I see.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Hool and a second from Commissioner Taylor to approve. Can I have you read the ordinance since this is a grant application, Attorney Drake?
Yes, sir. An ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, CJCC Residential Substance Abuse Treatment, RSAT program to establish a residential substance abuse treatment, RSAT program for residents of Clarke County Jail and for other purposes.
Thanks, Attorney Drake. Any further comments, Commissioner Taylor?
I just think that this will give our sheriff's office as well as our formerly incarcerated the opportunity to get substance abuse help and, making our community safer and cleaner and better, so.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further input? Commissioner Thorpe?
I don't know why, I think you said Advantage didn't meet with the sheriff about this. Is that what you said? What did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked about this over a year ago about the African American Mental Health Collaborative, and we keep saying we're going to reach out to them, which is, I think, led by Dr. Gann. I think that we got to be intentional when we do stuff like that. So I don't know if people don't know about them, but I know we did talk about it with some of the ARPA funding. So I'm just putting it out there, Manager Williams, maybe you can bridge a conversation with the sheriff and that collaborative group. We've talked about them more than once, so it's not the first time.
Further input? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Right, item 3 is this resolution to continue efforts to reform and improve mental health services that the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia has been carrying to communities around the state. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I just wanted to remove it from consent just to thank my colleagues for being amenable to incorporating language that recognizes the shared humanity of all people in our community, regardless of their status as a citizen. I think it's really important. Words are very important, and in times like these, when across the world so many groups fail to recognize one another's humanity based on ethnicity or borders or whatever, that it's really important that we assert that. So with that, I want to propose that we approve this.
Second. I've got a motion from Commissioner Link. I've got a second from Commissioner Hool. Commissioner Hool, any follow-up?
Commissioner Link put it very well. I also echo that appreciation, and I do want to thank, I know I'm not the only one, there were a few of us, as I understand it, who kind of heard from ACCG and said, hey, let's put this forward. So just broadly speaking, the need to augment mental health services in our community and statewide is really, really important. They're severely underfunded, and I hope that this, in concert with the many other communities that are passing a similar resolution, might urge our state government to put more funding toward these resources.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We're going to move on to item number 9. Commissioner Hamby?
Sure. And this was taken off the agenda by instructions of the clerk, since there's a CDO associated with it, off consent. I didn't intend to worry Ms. Friedlander unnecessarily, but I think she'll like this. This is a part of the CDO that, certainly takes into account the work that's been done with this concept and helps and gets us moving, as Alan Jones stated, towards putting something on the ground. But the CDO does also include, as they're doing the work, putting something on the ground for staff to look for ways to help with traffic calming along Timothy Road. This is something Commissioner Culpepper brought up at the agenda setting session, and him and myself and Commissioner Fisher incorporate this into CDO, thus requiring it to be removed from consent. So I make a motion to approve.
A second.
Second.
Oh, no, it's yours. Yeah, good.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Fisher, any follow-up?
Yes, having to drive down Mitchell Bridge Road on a continuous basis and seeing many people walk on Mitchell Bridge near Ben Burton where there's no sidewalks, no bike lanes, no nothing there. So I gonna support the CDO. Hopefully, moving forward with having sidewalks and any other type of traffic calming in that particular area to help with the connectivity. And we talk about that a lot, from Atlanta Highway, Timothy Road, Mitchell Bridge Road, and then also to Ben Burton, So I'm going to support this resolution for us to move forward in this ordinance.
Other input? Commissioner Culpepper.
Yes, I'm going to support this, obviously, since I was part of the CDO, and I'm excited to get this project moving forward, and I recognize the need for some type of traffic calming and speed reduction on those corridors, because it's an issue, and we've got schools there where people are still speeding through the school zone, so I'd like to try to get something worked out before there's a fatality out there.
Other input? Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because I know this is the first of two projects, but this one for the Timothy Road section. The way I read this commission-defined option, it's just directing staff to kind of incorporate traffic calming in their design plans, but I wonder if the authors of the CDO or the manager could speak to if this is adding more cost to staff, or how, if it's being prioritized against other elements of the, this is just sections of the Timothy Road corridor. There's still many others that need to be built. So is this like putting traffic calming measures ahead of those other sections, or is this just saying we're putting traffic calming in while we tackle each section?
Well, and I would let the authors speak for that, but my understanding is that the main purpose is, of course, the multi-use path, but during design, that traffic calming measures would be assessed, and those that were compatible, promoted safety in the corridor, and were within budget. I think what I understood from the authors was that they want to make sure that those design considerations are being made during the design. But I'll defer to others.
I would say that's an accurate description, I think, and Commissioner Culpepper brought it up at the agenda, so it's just, in my mind, it's just basically saying, let's do what we can while we're out there doing the work to see if there's some list or some measures that staff could bring back to this commission, this body, for consideration, for approval along there.
And I want to be clear about
And
something.
this is just on the Timothy Road side, so.
Okay,
sir.
and I want to be clear about something. At least from my perspective and representing District 5, this CDO is not in any way or any form or shape to take money away from any other projects, which might have been said or insinuated, but that's not the case. So I want to be clear on that, Mayor.
Thanks, Commissioner. And just as we know from having engaged with engineering staff in transportation, public works, traffic calming can take a lot of forms, and some of that's just even narrowing lanes. As an arterial corridor, obviously, we're not talking about speed tables necessarily as the likely treatment, but lots of options in there. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. So this CDO just adds the additional caveat that asks staff to evaluate potential traffic calming measures. It does not take away from any of the proposed bike or pedestrian infrastructure in the original agenda item. Is that correct?
Yeah,
That's correct.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify the funding on that, that I read it correctly on this. The funding from this one is all coming from the SPLOST 2023 project, 6, I believe, and that's the, yes, the Timothy Road Mitchell Bridge Corridor project, right? Okay. Thank you.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to old business now. Item 14 is the SPLOST 2020 Project 6, Fire Station Number 5 candidate sites. Have to entertain a motion from the body.
Motion to deny.
Second.
A motion to deny from Commissioner Davenport. Second from Commissioner Taylor. All right, Commissioner Davenport, go right ahead.
All right, I did not sign up for the 10-minute speech, but I'll do my best. But the motion to deny just sends it back to the considering body who studied the SPLOST project and to go back to reevaluate. It's nothing against our fire department. It's nothing against the people who work, the user groups who work really hard. But I would say over 95% of the people, not only in Shoal Creek Farm, but on Morton Road. I did do some exercising, some knocking on doors on Morton Road as well as Barnett Shoals Road, are opposed to this site, to the 3 location. And the quality of life on the east side is a very tangible aspect. It's really, it is something that people move to the east side for. So, like I said at our last meeting, that, people move in town because they want the bikeability, the walkability, the convenience. People move out to the agricultural zones because they like their peace and quiet. They like the deers, the seeing the stars at night. So the quality of life is very real for the residents on the east side. Yes, the process needs revamping, and I am 100%, you guys already know, I'm not a big fan of public taking of anyone's property. If we approve this, essentially that would one of the 3 results or 3 prospects would end in a public taking, eminent domain of the property, and I'm 100% against that. Those properties out there those individuals are not necessarily new residents. They have been there for decades, and some are 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation individuals. And those people actually make money off their property. And I'm 100% against taking away people's right to make a living, farming, however it may be, for government-owned land. Also, with the government-owned land, ACC owns a lot of property in Athens-Clarke County. We own a substantial amount of land, just well as other entities. I believe we can do a better job of using the land that we already have to accommodate the fire station. We just have to think outside the box. And just a shout out for 2 of those property owners. I know it's an election year. 2 of those property owners are some very important people, and I just hate to have that yes vote. All right, that's all.
You're real honest. You're an honest politician.
And one of the properties, I know we have, they do a hay bale decoration. It's a very great benefit to the community. I just fear that placing a fire station on that particular property will diminish, will eliminate that joy that people get when they drive by on the east side. But motion to deny.
And second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor, any follow-up?
I share all the sentiments Commissioner Davenport does. East side is special.
Manager Williams, could you just talk about implications for staff and process for prospective denial as we would enter into a new phase of site selection?
Sure, and as has been discussed in the public meetings and recorded and streamed, that the basis of this is trying to reduce duplication of fire service around the fire stations and to move out into the county to serve additional residents, not only with fire protection, but also with emergency medical service responses. And so that, where this is all landed, is the epicenter of, that response time circle, if you will, to try and serve the most folks on the far eastern side of the county. As was indicated in the follow-up report, which the public hasn't seen, if you choose to deny this tonight, I think revisiting the sites that were initially put out there and having a second go at it, it won't be the optimal service coverage, as this is what has been determined optimal service coverage, but we could find out what was the most acceptable property with the least degradation of service coverage.
Commissioner Myers.
We can tell you what's technically feasible, as we've said. Y'all have to figure out what's politically acceptable.
Yeah, I want to speak to this. I am going to vote with the motion on the floor, but for different reasons. And the different reasons are that the next step in the process is a process that requires deeper technical and environmental and architectural and engineering analysis, and it has a price tag with it. From, in this case, I think I'm to 100 to 150,000 for these 3 sites from what we were told at the last site selection committee meeting. And so knowing that, and knowing that this commission does not have an appetite for using eminent domain, oh, I forgot a key thing. The owners of these properties have, since our last meeting, all communicated at this point clear, simple, direct interest in that they're not interested in selling. And so I don't want us to be spending money on that. I do think we need to, as chair of the site selection committee, we need to go back and reevaluate it, but I actually have thought that I think we actually need to have some discussion as a commission as well before that goes back to the site selection committee. And this is why. And one is that when it comes down to emergency services are one of the basic expected services that local governments provide. And we have to have a group discussion about how we are going to weigh the need for these basic safety services over the need for residents to have a peaceful environment. I am one of those bike riders out on Morton Road all the time, and I ride in surrounding counties, and I pass firehouses all the time in rural areas and in surrounding areas. I think moving into a lot of different places, we're going to get resident response there. So, I mean, are we going to, as a group, say, hey, we're not going to put this in an agricultural zone? Because if that is the feeling of the group, we have a committee that's working on this, and we need to know those things up front. I also have had to I've listened very carefully to all what the residents have to say. I understand what they're saying. I'm not sure if the community as a whole and the 7,500 people who are served in this population basin for this proposed site, all are aware of the effect of emergency response times. And so I also ask that we make sure that the fire department and the new fire chief really make it clear to us what we're weighing. From my position, I am not an expert on fire departments and fire response time and fire safety and EMS safety. I look to the fire department to that. And in this case, I'm having a real conflict between what people are saying and what the fire department is saying. So I think we need to have some of those discussions among us so we don't have the site selection committee go through this process again and come back and have the same issues.
Commissioner Thornton.
Okay.
I definitely was not going to support this, period. But I want to chime in. One, I feel really bad about you, Commissioner Davenport. This is your third situation where we have applied or tried to apply eminent domain. But you're handling it well. But I am wondering what kind of data have we collected to see how often the firefighters and EMTs have had to go and manage a problem. I'm not trying to predict the problem, but is there an overflow of the need in those areas? Was that calculated in your discussion?
Well, so the way that fire stations are universally situated based on the International Standards Organization, or ISO, is that there's a certain response time buffered around each fire station. And so every fire station, including the last one that you cited on the west side, was selected to try and move that circle to try and affect more residents. Now, it's true that it is less dense in the more rural areas, so you're not going to have the same comparative responses generally as you would find in a higher density area, but the objective of the Athens-Clarke County Fire and Emergency Services has always been to provide equitable coverage across the entire county to all residents if possible. That's not been possible up to this point. As a matter of fact, before this ISO standard of 1 that we earned, we had a split ISO response time because of the lack of access in the more rural areas. And so the data that's driving this is just the standard universal approach of trying to provide fire and emergency services to all citizens of Athens-Clarke County.
That cover what you were looking for, Commissioner?
Yeah.
I've got Commissioner Wright next, and then I'll get to others.
I will also be supporting the motion on the floor, and I can share that this can help the chair and staff, but I do agree that we should avoid AR. I don't know that this would have, if this was another topic coming through the Planning Commission to put in AR, I don't think it would get approval with the same parameters. So I think that we ought to respect that, and that we should prioritize land that we already buy, that we already own, and that maybe we should be looking at site selection in those kind of scenarios to reevaluate the stage that we're gauging the interest of the potential property owner. I do believe that we should be making sure the person wants to sell it, and we're not entering into eminent domain before we invest too much money. And I know that we do a lot of time and effort to the evaluations to whittle it down. But if the priority of using land, especially because of the escalating cost of building right now, I think we really need to prioritize what could be a land swap or land that we have. And I agree that, and I have voted to support Patrick in his other endeavors when he was also trying to keep eminent domain out of his, that was, to the property owners that didn't want to sell, so.
Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a few thoughts. I'll support the motion on the floor. I really appreciate Commissioner Meyer's thinking on this, though. A few thoughts I just wanted to add to the discussion. One is just, I don't think it can be said enough, the nature of the emergencies that our fire department responds to, and especially as we build up their medical capacity, this is probably only going to grow. But they are really fire and medical response. So this is a station not just for the rarer fire that there's a real urgency to get to and seconds really count, but also the much less rare, unfortunately, medical emergencies where every second counts. Second thing I'd like to just touch upon is this discussion around eminent domain, and this comes up a lot, but I think it's easy to be fearful, especially as a resident who sees something coming down the pike on your property or near being mentioned, of this idea of eminent domain, but it's invoked incredibly rarely, and it's also always a part of the process of pursuing property acquisition. And there's a separate action that would have to be taken by this body to ever invoke it. So any property we ever look at purchasing in the future, the possibility of eminent domain being listed as the theoretical outcomes that could emanate from pursuing conversations with those property owners is always going to be mentioned, but never going to be acted upon unless we took a separate action, which is incredibly rare. I would like some info. There's a public commenter in one of our meetings on this who was a farmer and talked about how either his lot or an adjacent lot was being regarded as inactive. And he talked about how, farmers will let their lots lie fallow for a year or more than 1 year. And so that might appear like it's not being used, but it actually is being used for that purpose. So if we're going to keep looking at AR zoning, I'd like to get maybe information on if and how staff can factor that in, because that was an interesting nuanced point, I thought. And my last thought is I do think, I live in AR zoning, I do think AR zoning still needs emergency services. We have big chunks of the green belt on the outside of the county that is all AR pretty much. And just like how rural counties, agricultural counties need fire and emergency medical services, so do the rural portions of our county. Thanks.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'll be supporting Commissioner Davenport's motion as well. I've heard the concerns from the citizens, and I've also, started taking a closer look at the maps. I mean, I'm not terribly familiar with this part of the county, but I recognize that it is really sparsely populated and very rural. And just looking at how our fire stations are distributed throughout the county, I see a big gaping blank spot around the Winterville area where we are seeing a lot of growth and we do have some denser population. And I'm just wondering if maybe, you know, that side of 78 is the side we really should be looking at. You know, like we noted, the vast majority of these calls are medical calls. You have more people over there, certainly more building. I just would like to see this go back to the drawing board to, you know, take more consideration of population and the greatest number of need, people who might have need. And I also never got an answer to, you know, why we need 6 acres for this. You know, most of our fire stations seem to only be on a half acre or an acre or so. I feel like that was a real concern of the residents who spoke up, you know, to them when they see a large plot of land being slated for development, they see the potential for growth and this growing into a bigger, you know, training center or something like that, which they certainly did not want. So, you know, I hope we can make it clear as to the reason we need that much land and if possibly there maybe could be less land needed.
I'll make some comments, a couple minutes, Commissioner Link, but just as a point of clarification, the city of Winterville has their own fire department.
Okay.
And so that provides some service coverage in that area.
Okay.
So,
I wasn't aware that we didn't follow that.
I'll get Commissioner Fisher, then Commissioner Davenport.
I think I asked this question some time ago. Why can't we go back to the fire station where we are? Why can't we rebuild on that particular property?
Well, I don't know how much room's on there to continue the service and rebuild. You could do that, I'm sure. There's a way. It doesn't change the coverage area, though, and it continues an overlap of approximately 21,000 people that are being served by multiple fire stations, and we got people to the east that aren't covered within those circles. But it is, you know, any of those things are possible. You know, I think staff would encourage y'all to try and find a different site that would cover more people in the eastern, something that is acceptable to you.
And thank you for saying that, Manager. That's what, so one of the reasons why I want to send it back is just to be more involved in this process. But there are alternative sites to help accommodate a fire station on the east side without disturbing the agricultural zone using ACC-owned property. It just, I know y'all don't like to spend money. It just it's going to require some creative thinking and some thinking outside the box. But if you look at the current, what is being currently proposed at the Morton Road and the Old Lexington Road site, if you look at the circle, it still leaves a little gap at the bottom near Whit Davis Road, Barnett Shoals, Belmont, and and Winterville. I thought Winterville is volunteer firefighting. But in the northern side above 78, if you look at their circle, there is a gap as well. So when this process starts over again, I'll be more engaged and involved in asking my awesome East Side residents to be more involved as well and be more, and keep y'all informed so we can get input from residents as well.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just want to speak to a couple of points for clarification here. We did have and you know, I realize I've gone to many, many meetings on this with the fire chief at many different presentations and that we've had both as a group, but many more individual ones. The planning department did come and speak to the question of firehouses being appropriate in agricultural zone, and they were like, yeah, that's no problem at all. So, I mean, we could have them come back and say that again. I also want to just speak to eminent domain. We have not discussing eminent domain. We're not putting down on eminent domain because we were going to do that. So there's no eminent domain discussion tonight. And the discussion right now is whether we're going through with these 3 choices to evaluate more and look more closely. And so there is no discussion of eminent domain. So we are having a discussion of the fire locations here. And again, I just please urge you all, staff, when you come forward with us, to get the fire department involved again right up front. I know logically it doesn't make sense, and maybe we can change their mind. But a lot of people have said, well, it's more important to have that more firefighters close to that dense areas like Green Acres or Cedar Creek. But does that mean the people who live in Southeast Clarke don't get those emergency services? And if that's what we decide, and that's the risk they take, that's fine. But I think we do need to have some community discussions about this and see what the values are that we're going to go forward with again.
It's clear there's going to have to be some more staff work and some more community engagement on this. I think it's been said, fire service is not antithetical to a rural environment. No matter what zoning you have, you can look at Beaver Dam Road in Oglethorpe County, very close to here, Highway 172, far into Madison County, and those places have fire stations because, of course, there are residents there who would like to be covered in the event of a fire, and then particularly given the array of services that we provide, where about 60% of calls are medical calls. All of my friends in Southeast Clarke County are people who I want to make sure are addressed as quickly as possible when they have that heart attack, when they have that slip and fall, or when that stroke happens unexpectedly. And so, we're going to have to, at some point, make a decision because, as Manager Williams mentioned, there's a national filter that's used in every fire station site in case, and we're using that exact same filter here. So, we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Davenport and a second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries, and we're moving on to item 15, which is a budget amendment to initiate a paint crew pilot program brought to us by our Central Services Director. May I entertain a motion regarding this item?
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to hold this for 30 days, and my rationale is that it is clearly for residents in the diversion center, but Attorney Jackson is looking into whether folk are on probation or coming through accountability courts, if they could be possibly considered for this pilot program. So I would like to just hold it for 30. Attorney Jackson said that he could get us the information, but I do support it. I 100% support it. I was just trying to open the gates a little bit.
Got a motion to hold till the December voting meeting from Commissioner Thornton. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor, any follow-up remarks?
Yes, I also support this effort. I think it's great partnership that can develop into some great opportunities for our inmates as well as ACC Gov employees. Optimism is the word. So I agree.
Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor, especially with the hold coming, which, I'm happy to support here, although I am also eager to see this program get going. And I think this is hopefully another great example of some good and fairly unique and progressive work we're doing here in Athens. But I had a few questions about this for staff, and one follow-up from those, if I may. I see how in the staff report, it described, it helped me make sense of why temp agencies are used in our diversion center, because it's so difficult to get folks in the diversion center into jobs, and they're often competing against temp agencies, and so using a temp agency helps them get in. But what's not clear to me is why we need to use one if we're doing the hiring, because then we wouldn't need to, we get to cull the field all on our own, right? Or cull the fields, maybe, that we get to focus our hiring narrowly on the people we're trying to get into these jobs rather than opening it up for anything. So it just seems odd to me that we need a temp agency involved in this at all.
Well, we've got a history of working with temp agencies when we hire seasonal labor, in landscape maintenance. And it's common for the division to subsequently hire temporary labor participants into full-time roles. It's a good pipeline for the department. It's proven to be needed in our work with the We've used it with our litter crew, which is very similar employment goals with a similar group of folks. Initially, we tried to work with Human Resources to establish full-time temporary positions specifically for these purposes. However, even in an expedited situation, you're just advertising, you're going through, the hiring process with that. And, staff believes that this program is consistent with the direction that the commission has put us in. It was stated earlier, it's no surprise that we, like many other local governments and private sector organizations, are struggling with filling our positions. We're also in a unique position of having the corrections department within our umbrella with folks who we have actively tried to assimilate back into society, not with a $25 check and a pat on the back, but actually meaningful employment. And so this really satisfies a lot of different needs. The government's needs for workers, the government's desire, the Mayor and Commission's desire to assimilate returning citizens back into their own communities. And for those that don't know, the warden and staff actively solicit the Georgia Department of Corrections to bring people that will be going back into the community within 18 months of the end of their sentence, and we transition them into our staff spends time with other employers in the community with relationships trying to get them to hire. Well, if we have jobs that we need done, in this case, it is a paint crew, and it's a pilot. It's just a pilot. I can tell you that you'll see perhaps in the report of what the purchases over $10,000, we've spent some good money on painting some of our facilities. So we save money, we give meaningful work to folks. In giving that work, we have a relationship with them, and like it was stated earlier, they may become full-time employees for us once they've been able to get out of their sentence. So for all those reasons, I know I've gotten away a little bit from the temporary labor agency, but it's just a way to onboard them quicker.
Okay. Thank you for laying out a lot of the very good reasons for why I think this program is good, and will hopefully do some of the same good things that other similar programs have done. But I guess I still remain unclear in this situation where our department is going to be doing this work and hiring these, and our other department, HR, is going to be hiring these folks. And they're specifically trying to hire folks who are currently being held in a center that is run by our staff. What role does an outside temporary agency need to play in this? I understand why we use them in other scenarios where we're trying to get people into jobs with outside employers, but with internal employment, it doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Well, and we had that discussion this afternoon. I did call HR, and I did not get that call back in time for the meeting.
Okay.
But I would say that we'll answer your concerns, but and it's fine to delay. But if this is the fundamental issue with moving this, I think, bigger program forward, we certainly need to dig in and give you a response.
Commissioner Davenport?
Yeah, so the way I understood the temp agency, and I don't mind holding it till no issues. The way I understood temp agency is that they have the capabilities to do the on-site training outside of the regular hours versus what our staff may be able to do, because our staff will be ready to do the job. Am I getting that wrong? Okay, you're yawning, I'm sorry. So our staff is pretty much ready and trained to do the work versus someone who's a resident who may need that extra additional training, and the temp agency will have the time and the capacity to do so. But if I'm incorrect, then I look forward to the correct answer.
We'll be hearing more. Commissioner Fisher.
I have to agree with Commissioner Hoole. I'm somewhat confused also why we are using outside agency, because again, if those individuals are within our purview, it would seem like it would make sense that the warden or whoever would know what, at least what type of employee they could possibly be, that they have seen the best knowledge to make the recommendations to hire those individuals. So it seems like that would be an easy process to make that recommendation to our own HR department and get that going. So I hope we get that answer, because I'm somewhat baffled by that myself, using a temp agency.
So, given the motion to hold, we'll have some time to get some feedback. All right, I've got a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. It's now 8:10. Would everybody like to take a break for 10 minutes? All right, we'll be back at 8:20, everyone. Everyone, we are resuming our old and new business agenda with item 16. Item 16 is the Housing Preservation Award project provided with American Rescue Plan Act funds through the Athens Justice and Memory Project. So would anyone like to make a motion regarding this item?
I'll move to approve.
And I was second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Link to approve. Got a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Link, any follow-up?
Yeah, I'm really eager to see this project get off the ground. There are hundreds of homeowners in our community who are in desperate need of these funds, home improvement funds, you know, particularly in our older neighborhoods like East Athens and the Hancock corridor. And we saw a lot of folks, you know, have even more need in recent years when we've had, you know, extreme weather events and trees falling and our extreme freeze. I know quite a few homeowners who've had significant damage from burst pipes in last year's freeze. So I look forward to sharing this information when it comes time to apply and seeing to it that some of these folks get the assistance they need. I have a quick question for the manager. Is there a timeline as to when this project will get off the ground, when these funds will actually fall in Historic Athens' hands so they can get moving on these much-needed home improvements?
Well, once the award is made, or if the approval is given tonight, you know, we'll start the contracting process. So I would hope in a few months they'd be able to get to work in earnest.
A few months? I mean, would it be in time for like the Martin Luther King Day of Service events, possibly?
I can't commit to that right now, Commissioner.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to urge management to see to it that these funds get in the hands of the agency as quickly as possible, because I know there's a lot of work that the agency has to do in the application process to make sure that they get the folks lined up to get this.
Well, I'd say in the first quarter of '24 for sure.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Any further remarks, Commissioner Taylor?
No, I share the same sentiments as Commissioner Link. I would like to see, I would have liked to see them get all the money, but I do want them to be able to get the funds in time enough to help elderly people with winter problems like heating and, you know, things of that nature. Well, you know, things of that nature. So, yeah, that's it.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'm going to be supportive of this, and when I was reading it today, I couldn't help but think of a workshop I went to a couple of weeks ago where the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy Georgia was presenting, along with the Land Trust Tawana Maddox, who's working on house retrofits and energy on that area. So I want to I'm going to try my best to connect up Carrie Ritzler with Tommy Valentine and the staff at Historic Athens to make sure that these programs are getting the kind of federal and Georgia Power rebates that they need. Carrie Ritzler and Tawana talked about how right now it's just really important for us to make sure that, what is it called, we want to help achieve the objectives of the Federal Justice 40 initiative, and that seems to line up with this. That aims to ensure that 40% of the benefits from the national clean energy and climate investments reach disadvantaged communities disproportionately affected by environmental and socioeconomic challenges. So I'm hoping there can be some connection there that'll help expand the kind of monies that are able to be used in this program.
Commissioner Thorne?
I definitely am supporting this, and I wasn't sure the monies that they requested, and maybe the manager may not know, but do you know why they didn't get the full amount?
Yes, when they applied, they didn't realize it had a 3-year window on it, and so when we informed them of that, they recast what their projected expenses are, and what is being approved is the max that they felt like they could spend within a 3-year period.
Oh, okay. And my next question was, let me think what it was, the 3-year window. Oh, and and this was the only applicant, yes? Or were there other applicants?
This was the only applicant.
I hope, Mayor, that we will start looking at when we only get one application, maybe we need to put it back out. I don't know, but I don't think I'm going to vote anymore for one applications no more. I don't know, maybe it's the way the RFP is written, maybe it's not, I don't know. But I do think every time we've done one application, we have had collateral damage at the end of it. So, but this, I totally support. I believe because of Hands-on Athens, Historic Preservation will do a great job. But I do think we need to look at why we don't get more applicants. And yeah, that's my thought.
And I think, you noted that this is not unlike a program for which we've awarded grant funds in many, many years to Historic Athens, formerly Athens-Clarke Heritage Foundation. And as I engage with nonprofit directors, I think they're challenged in the same way we are as an organization with organizational capacity. And so when you get organizations that already have a mission space, to ask them to expand their mission space or provide some additional resources,
Oh, I
I
have
think
no problem with this
can
at
be
all.
challenging.
I have no problem with this at all.
Manager Williams?
And we understand your concerns, Commissioner Thornton. And so let me offer you a few things that we're going to do differently. We do intend to put it back out and honor the intent of AJMP and the Mayor and Commission. So in the first go-around, only nonprofits were eligible. But when we re-release the down payment assistance RFP, we would include for-profit banks with a nonprofit partner or collaborator. So we feel like that will be helpful. For-profit entities, which would include banks. We'll enhance outreach efforts to potentially eligible entities, and that would include emailing the RFP to the listserv of local nonprofits. We're only putting it back out for down payment assistance. Posting the RFP on the websites as a bids page, hosting a webinar to explain the details of it, offering technical assistance for 4 weeks leading up to the RFP due date, individual outreach to key local entities to ensure they're aware of the RFP, leveraging our relationships with the Athens Chamber of Commerce, the Black Chamber of Commerce, and other such groups to disseminate the RFP to their members and activate their networks, and to continue to communicate with the Athens Justice and Memory Project so that through their networks they would also share the RFP, churches, businesses, what have you. And so we do have, I think, a pretty robust second attempt at getting this RFP addressed.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. And I really appreciate staff giving us some detailed answers to the questions about the budget. I'm excited to support this. I also had some really good conversations today with Tommy Valentine at Historic Athens and Ms. Hattie Whitehead from the Justice and Memory Project. And it seemed like we were on the same page about a thought I'd like to share with y'all as we move forward. I can't speak for them, they're not here, but they did tell me. I kind of read for them verbatim what I was thinking, so I think I'll just read it verbatim here to make sure that I'm not erroneously speaking for them. So, and this is to be clear, I really think we should support this in full tonight. So I think we should be careful to consider that only a portion of this project's overall cost should be counted as achieving the initial purposes that got us here in the first place, redress for Linentown. If these funds that are owed to our community to rectify underpayment in the past, then I don't believe we should count any administrative costs or other costs associated with running or advertising the program toward the total that we owe. The construction costs, the materials, the labor, even the project manager, that can make sense to me. But not the utilities or the other administrative and marketing and programs insurance and costs associated with compliance. If these folks got what they were supposed to back in the 1970s, there would be no need to pay for anything in terms of administration or compliance with the federal program. To use oversimplified and likely inaccurate numbers, but just to clarify my point, we've agreed that ACC Gov owes a debt of $2.5 million to the residents of Linentown, which is being interpreted so that we are successfully navigating the gratuities clause as to the people of Athens. And our method for paying that back to the community is through this program, and it will be through a down payment assistance program, as well as for the Center for Racial Justice and Black Futures. Well, if when all is said and done, these programs succeed at doing exactly what we set out to achieve here, and in so doing, they spend, say, $2 million on those things I listed, the materials, the labor, the getting the actual work done, but another $500,000 on administrative miscellany, insurance, marketing, compliance work, then in my view, we still owe $500,000. So that does not mean that those aren't good uses of those funds at this time. In fact, I believe they are necessary expenditures to make this happen. So what I'm saying here is that it is nothing against doing this exactly how we're doing it. How we're doing it right now, I think, makes total sense. But when we think of the reason why we're doing this as a debt owed that totals $2.5 million, I'm saying that we are likely to still owe some amount of that debt once we see through this program and the other two. So as we consider what we're doing in the days and years ahead with this and the other two projects that are going to be funded in the spirit of the Lindentown resolution, I hope that we will look at that as part of our rationale. And in my conversations with Hattie, who's going to be involved with Tommy at Historic Athens, and with Tommy, who's going to run this program, he thought it would be quite easy for them to, from the outset, just build this into their accounting and be able to kind of denote, like, here's the stuff that we think is really directly benefiting the people who we tried to help, and here's the stuff that just helped us run the program but didn't directly get to them, which would enable us to then have a dollar figure to maybe figure out how to get back out through some kind of future program. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Hamby? No, I'm good. Okay. Commissioner Fisher?
One suggestion, and Manager Williams and I talked about this when we went to lunch, and I want to follow what Commissioner Link said to expedite these funds. I think what needs to happen when the contract is submitted to Historic Athens, all the T's should be crossed, all the I's should be dotted. There shouldn't be a back and forth. Once they get that contract, it should be ready to be signed, get back into your hand, and we execute the project. So I'm gonna recommend that before y'all send anything over there, all the insurance stuff is covered, everything is covered, and once they get their contract, their attorney looked at it, we looked at it, it's signed, so we won't have the back and forth. Because one of the things that at least what I'm hearing is nonprofits get a contract, then they have to send it back, or there's not enough insurance from a risk management. All those things need to be taken up front first before the contract is going to them. And I think that would expedite everything, in my opinion. Just a recommendation.
And Commissioner Fisher is referencing some ongoing process improvement that staff is working on internally to facilitate faster project delivery ultimately. A big piece of that is just contracts between external agencies and the unified government. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 17 is the HUD Continuum of Care Homeless Assistance Grant application. I'd entertain a motion regarding this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Hool and a second from Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Hool, any follow-up?
Nope.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, again, I want to ask about the funds getting into the agency's hands. This is a grant renewal, correct? And they're agencies that are already in line for the funding. So does that mean that they will get this funding immediately, almost, upon us approving this? Is there a more immediate? Because I understand some of these agencies are having a hard time getting paid, and to the point where they're taking out loans to make payroll. And I feel like, we've got a serious problem with homelessness in our community, and if we can't even pay the people who are addressing it, we've got to get these funds into the right hands so we can address the needs of our community.
If I may, Commissioner Link, I think that this is just us approving the application for the funds,
It's just the
which will come
application.
from
It's not
HUD.
an automatic
but
renewal? Is that
maybe-
correct?
I'm sure staff has
Manager
more.
Williams, I don't know if you want to provide some context for this.
These funds won't be used till 2025.
Okay, so this is funds that don't even get used for another year.
It is an application.
It's just an application, okay.
So we're using funds right now for last year's renewal programs. So it's just like our transit, it's with the government, it's a year ahead and moving forward.
Okay, so it's not just accepting an automatic renewal. So is there a chance that we won't get this amount of funds because it's just the application?
It is a competitive process, so there is a chance we won't get it.
Okay.
And certainly congressional action can sometimes change these allocations out of Washington to localities too. We've seen that happen with some other programs. Commissioner Houle?
Thought this might just sail through, but one thing to note maybe is, that homelessness strategic plan that we just passed involves restructuring the homeless coalition, and then they would become our continuum of care applicant to HUD. So the thinking behind that, which some think is like more optimistic than maybe we should be, but the hope, the thinking, the strategy is that that's actually going to enable us to draw down more funds. So hopefully we'll become even more competitive in the future. But yeah, we can't guarantee anything with the federal government. So.
I've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 18 is the T-SPLOST 2023 Project 6, the Timothy Road / Mitchell Bridge Road Corridor Improvement Project. And this is preliminary plan approval for the Mitchell Bridge Road segment. Commissioner Hamby, I know you had a...
I'm going to defer to Commissioner Fisher. It's in his
Commissioner
district
Fisher.
there.
Yeah, I think, again, what we had talked about earlier, sorry. What we had talked about earlier was what we was looking at was trying to make the improvement on Mitchell Bridge Road from Timothy Road, Atlanta Highway, down to Ben Burton Park with sidewalks and some type of traffic calming from that perspective. So that's why I want to support this project moving forward.
You want to make a motion to that effect?
I will make a motion that we approve this moving forward.
No, I'll
The
second.
commission defined option, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Fisher, second from Commissioner Hamby for the commission-defined option. Commissioner Hamby?
Yeah, sure, and I appreciate Commissioner Fisher and Culpepper, and I just look at this stretch as it's been a long time coming. We've certainly been talking about this. Mayor, you'll remember, I know, several years when we first put the T-SPLOST 2018 on the ballot and looked at the potential of what this could do for Atlanta Highway, but also the language is written in such a way that it could help with the streets that lead to Atlanta Highway and Timothy Road and Mitchell Bridge Road certainly do that. The thing about this project, though, too, is it all goes back to the connectivity and how we're connecting as a community, how we're connecting neighbor to neighbor and people to people. And we're doing that by putting the infrastructure in place that enables that. So this one in particular will connect folks to Ben Burton Park. It'll connect, and we're working our way up to Atlanta Highway. But it's also working its way towards Tallahassee Road, which there's a T-SPLOST project that is associated with building a multi-use path on Tallahassee Road. And I think y'all see where we're going with this. I mean, if you're building the connection, then you're giving people opportunities and options of how they get around. So this does use some 2018 dollars in order to do that. We had, I think it was about $4 million in a bucket back in the day for 2018 to look at how we can improve this area. I will say that in there's 2023 dollars also associated with Atlanta Highway. And I think what you see happening on Atlanta Highway is this. There's a lot of some developments occurred. We just, approved a big project over at the mall that's going to substantially, hopefully, improve the area. But when you go and look at, I went back and looked at specifically the 2023 T-SPLOST project, and it's interesting because the presentation they gave was one picture that didn't have a sidewalk, but you could see the well-worn path. And that particular photo now has a sidewalk thanks to the Whataburger development. And there's about a half a mile there of sidewalk that people are standing on to get into Whataburger, I guess. But at any rate, you see where I'm going with this. It's not only us that's putting in the resources to help build these connections, but part of our ordinances require when people go and redevelop something or develop something that they also help us put in those facilities so that people can get around. So I'm glad we're doing this, and thanks Commissioner Fisher and Culpepper and everybody that sees the importance of doing this. Thank you.
And just a follow-up, Mayor, I'm sorry. And just a follow-up, there's a development that's right across the street from High Ridge where the developer has already put in sidewalks going down onto the right of High Ridge. So the developer has already installed some sidewalks there already. So if and when this project becomes to fruition, it's going to be good to have on both sides of the street, possible to have those sidewalks there, which would be walkable.
That's right. Commissioner Link?
I'll let Commissioner Houle go first. He had his hand raised.
There, my hand's up.
Commissioner Houle?
Okay. Y'all, I'm sure, saw my email. Pull money from T-SPLOST 2018 Atlanta Highway to pay for this project, which is now under T-SPLOST 2023. And I feel like it's important to share just a few quotes from the document I put together for y'all that lays out the multi-year history of what got us here. So on December 6th of last year, we passed unanimously a CDO from myself and Commissioner Hamby. And in it, that CDO language included that we were designating the proposed project concept as generally described herein as CDO proposed project concept priority list as sub-projects of the T-SPLOST 2023 project, Timothy Road, Mitchell Bridge Road corridor. So why is that language important? Because we also noted in our discussion, which echoed the CDO that we passed the previous year in 2021, that the funds from the 2018 T-SPLOST Project 15 Atlanta Highway that are left over, that were not allotted in that CDO, that led to this whole concept moving forward, would be considered in conjunction with 2023 funds for Atlanta Highway specifically. That has been very clearly a part of this. So now why is that important? I'll skip to the end of my document and only go back to share more details if it seems necessary in this discussion. But if we go back to the August 23rd, 2021 T-SPLOST 2018 Oversight Committee, they unanimously condemned the approach of putting this funding toward projects that were miles away from Atlanta Highway on these corridors. So that initiated a lot more back and forth where we had this user group, which had a lot of folks from Timothy Forward who were advocating for a good project, but that didn't align with what all the people involved in T-SPLOST 2018 thought that project would be for Atlanta Highway. So how can we as commissioners move something forward that helps us all have a win-win? Commissioner Hamby and I got together, sponsored a commission-defined option that said, well, let's connect from Tallahassee all the way out to Macon Highway, and we'll use the T-SPLOST 2018 money to pay for that first phase, the concept phase, that talks about the connectivity. And then we were very explicit in that CDO that all the remaining funding would go back to T-SPLOST 2018 Atlanta Highway projects, and we would have the Atlanta Highway User Group consider the other recommendations that were being denied, these smaller projects, to pay for with that money. So at the end of the day, I want to see this move forward. I advocated to have this sub-project in here. I advocated to have Mitchell Bridge on here. I advocated to get the Westchester project on the T-SPLOST 2023 list. This is an area that I care about. This is an area of need. But this is not an area that is appropriate for using T-SPLOST 2018 Atlanta Highway money. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'm attempting, I spent all afternoon trying to make something very simple and easy to understand, so we'll see if I get there. I too support this project, and I would support the staff project, but not this CDO. I appreciate the work staff and commissioners have done to support such a vital pedestrian and bike project, but I'm not supporting the CDO because of the funding coming from the T-SPLOST 2018 Atlanta Highway Corridor funds. And so I'm going to try to explain that in my simple way. First, it doesn't fit the common sense understanding of the T-SPLOST 2018 project description for the Atlanta Highway. I spent a lot of years on oversight committees, and the state law requires us to spell out to voters what we will spend collected sales money on when we go to vote for them and follow through on that. Our T-SPLOST oversight committee's only job is to verify whether that's being done. And I'm assuming, actually, this just came up, so I'm assuming this didn't even go in front of the T-SPLOST Oversight Committee. The T-SPLOST 2018 project for the Atlanta Highway reads 4 projects, in specific improvements to the Atlanta Highway Corridor. So what is the Atlanta Highway Corridor? According to the Connect Athens Corridor Study, which does make reference to paths coming on, The Atlanta corridor is 4.6 miles, starting from the intersection with Monroe Highway all the way to the middle Oconee River, a distance of 4.6 miles. The Mitchell Bridge project we're talking about is about 1.5 miles from that. Again, I love the project. Yes, we did approve funding for the study that looked into the concept, but that was the whole connectivity of the whole area that went through Atlanta Highway. And so I just do not feel good about this because, as Commissioner Hool pointed out, we did request a list of additional projects along the Atlanta Highway for use with that the remaining T-SPLOST 2018 funds. And there's a lot of different funding buckets and SPLOSTs, but that list never happened. And there are lists, there are reports showing all the projects in there. Finally, I urge my colleagues, I know this was last minute, we all have a lot going on, but moving forward to use our standard commission protocol to include commissioners directly connected to the geography of the project way up front, or at least give them a heads up. Once again, I just want to reiterate that I'm not against the project presented, but I'm voting against the T-SPLOST funding source in the CDO. If we're voting on the originally presented agenda item, I would vote on it without hesitation. And that's what I prepared. There we go. I got it done in 3 minutes.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I share some of the concerns, particularly about that $2 million being taken from another funding bucket. You know, if there wasn't a bunch of funding attached to that provision, I'd be like, go straight ahead, but you could be depleting another project that was approved in referendum by the voters of this county. I'd like to propose a substitute motion that we put this on hold for up to 3 meetings, like as long as the February meeting, and allow the T-SPLOST user groups, the 2018 group, as well as for both of these projects. I guess it's Project 6, the both projects that are mentioned in this CDO. And have both of those user groups meet together to discuss this, and also have Athens in Motion vet it. That's a body that we've appointed, you know, to vet the connectivity of bike and pedestrian infrastructure throughout our county. And they have tiered projects within that plan. So I'd like to see this get the appropriate vetting from the experts in our community and the user groups that have been appointed specifically to oversee how the funds from the specific T-SPLOST projects are spent.
So the substitute motion is to hold pending engagement with the user groups from the pertinent projects in the Athens in Motion Commission. Is there a second?
Second, 3 months, right?
Up to 3 months. Being that the holidays are coming up, I could see how it might be difficult to get these groups together.
So
You're the seconder, so you get an opportunity.
Okay, so I like the CDO that's presented. What was mentioned, like the legalese of all of this stuff and the referendum where voted on, it sometimes swirls in my head. But if the voters voted in 2018, yeah. So just trying to extrapolate all this. The legalese, are we violating a referendum if it was supposed to be used for something and then we're taking that money away to use for something else? Hopefully I worded that correctly.
Mayor, I can speak to that.
Manager Williams.
And certainly I would defer to Attorney Drake if he has anything different. But I would say that the commission approved a motion to set these funds aside for the Atlanta Highway Corridor in the future, and that was to be deliberated by the user group. And we've talked about why that hasn't happened to date. The commission has the right to change its mind about something that it's done in the past, and I think in the past it was talked about that the Timothy Road corridor and the Mitchell Bridge corridor could be seen as part of the Atlanta Highway corridor. So The commission does have the right to change its mind, to redirect funds, should it, a consensus vote for that. And I think it's been established, obviously, because these projects have progressed to this point through design, that is part of the Atlanta Highway Corridor.
Okay.
But I don't know, Attorney Drake, if you had anything different.
Yeah, I'd also point out, I wrote a memorandum that went out yesterday that
Right.
addresses your question specifically.
Okay, I must have missed that, sorry about that.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And just point out that Manager Williams is right. We've already spent out of the SPLOST 2018 dollars, almost $1 million doing the concepts for these plans. So, when we put our money down to do the concepts, people expect us to follow through on doing the projects. I mean, that's where you get in trouble, is when you just do planning and not do the projects. And then, there's still, just to remind y'all, there's still roughly $8.7 million for Atlanta Highway in the 2023 T-SPLOST dollars. I'll also remind everyone that Atlanta Highway is a GDOT road. So a lot of the responsibility for Atlanta Highway falls on to GDOT. GDOT's going to be doing some work for us on Atlanta Highway with the bridge. It's my understanding, based on what the mayor's told us in the past, that they're going to be building some sort of sidewalk or connectivity right there in front of Publix to the mall area, to the bridge. So things are getting paid for and done from GDOT, from private developers. I would suggest, that the committees that Commissioner Link wants it to go back to have already looked at it once, a couple of years ago. I would suggest too that this project and talking about this has been ongoing since, I just remember having the conversation with Commissioner Neesmith, and having the vision there to get something going for Timothy Road and Mitchell Bridge Road to be able to connect to the rest of Athens. And I think that's important, for people to connect to people and neighbors to neighbors, and this helps us do this. And it's going to help, and it's still going to help us along Atlanta Highway, because there's still $8.7 million there, and there's still the work that GDOT's doing. So I think we need to, as Mr. Jones got up and said, let's get going. Let's put something down and get something moving, and this gets people moving. Thank you.
Commissioner Houle?
Well, I guess I could get on board with the motion to hold, although it's not clear to me what exactly would be achieved between now and 3 months from now, if we're kind of debating whether to go with the staff recommendation or just yank this $2 million out. But I recall numerous conversations enumerated in the timeline I shared with you all with Commissioner Hamby on this. And we were of one mind until apparently Friday, when the CDO dropped. So I'll begin with the quotes from our oversight committee. On August 23rd, the people who worked for a year to put these projects together, half of them then served on this oversight committee. They were asked to consider a project like this on the Timothy Road side. It was the same kind of thing. It was far away. And it's worth noting, by the way, that this is $2 million we're pulling out to pay for a segment of Mitchell Bridge Road that is 2 miles away from Atlanta Highway and is completely disconnected from Atlanta Highway. There's a concept that envisions us getting all the way there one day, but there is no funding to get us all the way there, and we will have to cross at least one more bridge to get there, and we all have recognized that that bridge is going to take many years and GDOT approval to get replaced, and until it's replaced, there's no connecting. So I don't even know how we can justify that this is related to Atlanta Highway when it's 2 miles away and there's no pedestrian or bike amenities between that 2-mile ending point at Dunburn Park and the Atlanta Highway that it's supposed to be connecting to. Sue Plaskin says, my understanding when we voted on this was the actual improvement of the corridor where the mall is. Tommy Jackson says, I recall Jerry Neesmith, his input 3 years ago seemed to be concentrated out more toward the mall. Trey Small, I too thought we were focusing on the mall area. This seems to not be what we talked about. Willie Bolton, I have a problem with stretching the definition because that seems like what we're doing here. I disagree with the change because that's not part of the corridor from the way I see it. Alice Kinman, the chair of the committee and a former ACC commissioner, who's currently on our planning commission, I thought these would be projects on Atlanta Highway, along the corridor. Lauren Blaze, current chair of Athens and Motion Commission. As an oversight committee, we have one job, which is, does this fit with what we told voters? And I just have a hard time defending it. Aaron Redman, It's not really part of Atlanta Highway according to the T-SPLOST definition. I can't support it either for this out of this pot of money. Then a motion to deny passes unanimously. And Willie Bolton, unsatisfied with that, felt like he needed to chime back in to say, we have to vote what we brought to the voters. And I think the voters trust us as a committee to do what's right and to do the projects that they spoke upon that we agreed to. And I voted my conscience. I voted the way I think the committee should have voted because that's what we promised, and I'm just trying to stay with that promise. And then Alice Kinman closes it with, I think we all feel the same way. It was a unanimous vote. It's rare for the Citizen Oversight Committee to vote to deny, and it is indeed rare. So then on September 2021, after multiple meetings with Commissioner Hamby, we unanimously passed something. After Commissioner Myers noted in the discussion, we're asking them to come up with some other projects, them being the user group for Atlanta Highway. And Commissioner Hamby noted, quote, this opens the door for some sub-projects for Atlanta Highway proper as well, specifically referring to the $1.5 million that we were setting aside for Atlanta Highway proper, as set out in the CDO proposal language. We then, a year
Commissioner Houle,
later.
would you like to seek additional time?
I would like to seek 2 more minutes.
Unanimous consent?
Yes.
So then we move on to a series of meetings, one of which, November 1st, 2022, we get a staff report from Manager Williams that notes that the user group in a future agenda report will bring additional sub-projects forward for MNC approval as part of the remaining T-SPLOST 2018 Atlanta Highway Corridor. And he notes future sub-projects for the Atlanta Highway Corridor will also be vetted in consideration of AIM, GNP, GDOT, potential private development at the mall, and known funding sources including T-SPLOST 2018 and 2023, as well as other TPW efforts. On November 14th of 2022, myself, Commissioner Hamby, Manager Williams, Derek Doster from SPLOST, and Ronnie Katrib from the Transportation and Public Works Office met upstairs here. And we all reached an agreement, or so I thought, that we would be moving forward with something that you can watch the dialogue at the December 6th meeting, because we had a whole back and forth here about what technically was going to happen. But what we very, very explicitly agreed upon, and I don't know what kind of convenient amnesia is happening from my colleague who co-sponsored every CDO with me up to this point, but we very explicitly agreed upon and discussed in that meeting that we were going to take the concept that we're moving forward for Mitchell Bridge and Timothy Road. We were going to move that forward under the purview of a user group for that project for Timothy and Mitchell Bridge Road with T-SPLOST 2023. And then we were dissolving the existing Atlanta Highway user group and forming a new Atlanta Highway user group of people more specific to Atlanta Highway Corridor, acknowledging we've got Timothy and Mitchell Bridge handled, who would handle in conjunction the T-SPLOST 2018 money that was left over and specifically allocated for this purpose, and the T-SPLOST 2023 project. And I'll just end with these quotes from that meeting. I kind of laid this out in that meeting. I said, then the funds from the 2018 Atlanta Highway project that are left over would be considered in conjunction with the 2023 funds. There's some back and forth, reiterating later, and then the money that's left over from the 2018 Atlanta Highway will be considered in conjunction with T-SPLOST 2022 money by the Atlanta Highway User Group. And Manager Williams says, yes, thank you. And Mayor Gritz says, all right, perfect, thank you, appreciate the clarification. And if you listen to the video, you can hear Manager Williams say, everybody all right? And I remember in that moment seeing him turn to Commissioner Hamby, who, like all of us, nodded, yes, this sounds good. So if we're going to move forward with this tonight, let us just acknowledge that we are completely reversing course from everything we've discussed and passed unanimously to date in terms of what to do with this $2 million. And while completely reversing course, we are moving in a direction that brings us back to square one, where the oversight committee of residents we appointed to oversee this project unanimously opposed this type of action. So maybe it's technically legally feasible, depending on how you want to swing it, because that project defined the distance from the beginning of Atlanta Highway to the end of Atlanta Highway east to west, and didn't define parameters north and south. But everyone involved in it said that that did not apply. And we all agreed up until this point that it did not apply.
Got a couple others for input, Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, I did find on history, just wanted to share history number 5. It talks about in December 2019, the mayor and commission directed the manager who directed Transportation Public Works to develop a detailed cost estimate of Timothy Road, Mitchell Bridge Road, bike pedestrian corridor as part of Atlanta Highway Corridor Improvements, T-SPLOST 2018, Project 15. I'm ready to support this moving forward. I think the funds, we've all seen that the commercial development that's given us pedestrian improvements on Atlanta Highway are providing sidewalks that we now don't have to use from those other buckets. Traffic light, I think, do we have a traffic light now too, where the Whataburger is? So, if we want to improve things, let's move, we can get, embrace the changes that are coming from that development. Maybe move our bus stops so that they're not down the road and that people trying to cross the street from using the buses can be at the safety of the crosswalks at that new intersection. We've got TADs around the mall. We've got a big mall development for projects that maybe were around there. So we need to be current on what's been done and then moving projects forward that fit into these buckets. And so I think that a 3-month delay is, when we are here to make the decisions, it's not necessary.
Would the substitute motioner be willing to withdraw their motion and replace it with a motion to approve the staff recommended
Was
item?
my time
Yes,
up?
I think I was next.
I think
Or
we've
you're
been
still
given
going,
extra
Commissioner,
time.
right?
I think I'll use the interruption to stop talking.
I've got a couple of pieces of input, Commissioner Hamby, I've got Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Link.
And I'll just be brief, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to say, when we did do the concept, and we had the dollars associated with it, the concept came back needing more dollars associated with it, as a lot of projects that we've seen come through, for projects that we're working on. We're going to see it with the courthouse, definitely seen it with the Classic Center. So this is just one of those other projects that if we wanted to do something, then we needed to find some extra dollars. So the situations change, and the question changes. The question now is, do we want to provide at least some connectivity to Ben Burton Park for people that don't have that connectivity? Do we want to get the connectivity going from Tallahassee to Atlanta Highway? Y'all want to make an argument that this is somehow separate from Atlanta Highway. The name is different, but the thing is, everybody on Mitchell Bridge Road and everybody on Timothy Road go to Atlanta Highway. They travel by car to Atlanta Highway because that's the only way that they can get to Atlanta Highway. This is offering them an option to do otherwise and to do something different and to do something safe. And so that's the question we're asking ourselves today. To be honest with you, I really can't believe we're having a conversation about whether or not we're going to put some multi-use path down so that people can have a different option of going around besides a car. I can't believe it. The money's there from 2018. The dollars are still there for 2023 to do some stuff with Atlanta Highway. So let's move on and get it put down and give the folks along these corridors a chance to get to Atlanta Highway. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the original, bring up the fact that the original agenda report authorizes staff to come up with some funding sources, I believe, in here, coming through here. And so it's not as if we're talking about not building this or building it. That's not what we're deciding tonight. And as we've noted, these projects take a long time, and staff will be looking into some. I believe they sent something out about a grant that had to do with the bridge over by Burton Park, over the river there. The CDL we passed a year ago, less than a year ago, that approved these concepts said we will then move them forward to be using for the SPLOST 2023 Timothy Road Mitchell Bridge project. And I get that Atlanta Highway is a GDOT project, and there's development there, and it's a TAD. But you know what? Lexington Highway, we have enough bucket of money there. That's in a TAD, that's a GDOT. There's other money going to that. We just talked about how it'd be nice to have better transportation to a possible library and development over in the Gaines School side. And I just think this is a little slippery slope. I'm going back to my SPLOST oversight chair, and I don't want to put this forward as a way where we've said, oh, well, we can move these funds over to a very different thing. I'm not against this. I think we can, the project, and I think there are other funding sources that will come forward Anyway, I'm fine with voting on it tonight. We've all heard all these arguments. I believe Athens in Motion has probably actually already reviewed all of these plans, so that's not something that's necessary. They haven't gone to the Oversight Commission, but we've discussed this in terms of what the Oversight Commission would be looking at, and we're evaluating that right now. It's a very hearty discussion.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I just don't feel comfortable allocating $2 million from a T-SPLOST 2018 bucket into a 2023 bucket without those user groups and the oversight committee having some input on it. You know, we do get T-SPLOST approval projects all the time where staff has recommended moving funds or they have found an alternative source to make up the difference. But from what I recall in the history of those projects, they always go back to the user groups for approval. And, you know, with this amount of funding, it's $2 million. If it was $200,000, I might not be so concerned. But, you know, the construction costs are through the roof. Atlanta Highway is admittedly a mess. I'm not going to hold my breath waiting for GDOT to fix it. You know, I really believe that the user groups know these corridors best and that they should be consulted. And, you know, I'd rather move forward with approving the project as staff presented it. But if it would make more people feel better about, you know, the potential for this money to move around, then I'd say go ahead and let's put it before the user groups and let them make the decision and come back to us.
Commissioner Houle.
Okay, final thoughts here. I would ask if our substitute motions on the floor, Commissioner Link, would be interested in amending, you know, modifying her motion to just be an approval of the staff version. If we approve the staff version, the money that's currently being reallocated in the CDO tonight would instead just sit where it's currently allocated, and it could still come forward in the future after running it by the user group, the oversight committee, whoever we think it would be good to run it by, after us maybe having some more time to discuss this together instead of getting hit with it as a surprise. You know, I want to be clear, I enthusiastically support moving forward on this sub-project by, you know, Westchester and Ben Burton, but I also want to be very clear. This sub-project, which is all we're talking about right now, is how to fund this sub-project, not the concept. We're all agreed that we want to see through the concept and build that all out eventually. And we also all know that it's going to require replacing an entire other bridge further up the road before anyone can ever connect to Atlanta Highway. So this sub-project is not providing anyone an option to get to Atlanta Highway. It's only providing people an option to get from Westchester to Ben Burton, which is absolutely something I believe in and absolutely something I want to see us fund, but I don't see how we can argue that that is an Atlanta Highway project, because it's not an Atlanta Highway bike pedestrian project. It's a Mitchell Bridge Westchester project. We know that we're likely to get this grant money for the bridge replacement. That should help. We can talk about what other funding might make sense. Maybe we run this idea past the oversight committee and they've changed their mind from a couple years ago and see it as appropriate. But absent that, the last time they weighed in on this kind of thing was just seen unanimously as completely inappropriate. And I don't think we want to set the precedent that we can just say, oh, well, a project came in costing more than we thought it should, which is, by the way, like all of our projects. So let's just cherry pick one that we think is kind of similar and yank millions of dollars out of it to fully fund this little sub-project. I mean, where is the line that we draw after that? And if we need some kind of objective third party to look at it, who better than our oversight committee, who unanimously is not about this sort of thing? So if the motioner would be interested in introducing that motion instead, I think that would be fantastic. I'd love to support it. I hope we can move forward on it and maybe find a way to get this built as soon as possible, which I would also like to see just with a different funding source.
All right, so several folks have already had their 3 opportunities. And Mike, the direct request is to see if you want to stick with the existing substitute motion or modify that language.
I mean, I'd like to hear the user group weigh in, quite frankly. I mean, if we're having this much discussion about it, I would like to hear both the project user groups as well as the oversight committee weigh in on this and hear what they have to say. Obviously, they discussed it before, and, you know, they also could not see how this is an Atlanta highway project. But there are two user groups involved in each of these projects as well. So I'd like to stick with my motion and have these citizen groups weigh in.
All right, so we're going to begin with the vote on the substitute motion, beginning with Commissioner Link.
Yes.
Yes, Taylor?
Nope.
Fisher?
Nope.
Sewell?
Yes.
Culpepper?
No.
Myers?
Yes.
Horton?
No.
Hamby?
No.
Davenport?
Yes.
3 yes, 7 no.
All right, substitute motion fails. We return to the original motion.
4 yes.
That was 4 yes.
It was 4. Yeah. Davenport, Link, Myers, and Poole. All right, we return to the original motion, beginning with Commissioner Fisher.
Fisher?
Yes.
Sewell?
No.
Culpepper?
Yes.
Myers?
No.
Horton?
Yes.
Hamby?
Yes.
Davenport?
Yes.
Link?
No.
Taylor?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
7 yes, 3 no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. All right, we're moving on to item 19. This is the Department of Corrections Offender Healthcare Services Contract Award. To entertain a motion regarding this item.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Wright, any input on this?
Ready to vote?
Ready to vote.
Any others from member of the body?
I got one question on it. It's following up on the staff
Commissioner
report
Hoare.
again, but if we, the staff report talks about if we want to try to align the timelines of our health contract at corrections with our health contract at the sheriff's office, which would obviously require the sheriff wanting to do it as well. There's kind of a pros and cons weighed out, so if I, as someone who thinks the pros outweigh the cons, would like to pursue that, what action by this body would be taken? Like, would you need to see that included in a motion here, or is that something we could discuss at a work session or a retreat, or what would we do to consider the pros and the cons and decide?
Well, I think the opportunity so first off, we're not on the same cycle as the other contract. And I think our first opportunity to get there, I believe, is next year. And certainly, we can start the discussions now about what the pros or cons there. Ultimately, the commission would have to approve any amendment to the contract or award it to a new entity. So in order for us to do anything, change the status quo, we'd have to come to y'all anyhow. Once we find out what's possible, I can certainly let y'all know by NOPA, or Notice of Proposed Administrative Action, if there is anything we can do, or otherwise, I can just let you know by email the pros and cons.
I think that would be fantastic. Yeah, I'm just looking for information on can we align those timelines? And then from there, we can figure out if we can actually send out a single thing.
All right, any other input? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, number 20 is the short-term rental moratorium extension. Do I entertain a motion regarding this item?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to.
I'll
to
second.
approve.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Hamby, any remarks?
Yeah, sure. I during the break, I made mention to the folks here supporting the extension of the moratorium that the next few items would move along quickly. And they're here for the short-term rental, but they ended up staying for a long-term discussion. But what I'm going to say, and this is a question for Manager Williams, this does extend to, and maybe also Attorney Drake, this does extend to February 24th, and I'm going to make the assumption that, and maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but that by February, or by the February date, that we should have heard back from planning by that time. Is that what you're anticipating, Attorney Drake?
I'm hoping we can get there.
And in the event that we don't, I guess we could extend the
Extend it,
moratorium
yeah.
another time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just so people are clear, our hope is that the Planning Commission will have this to this body for our February voting session. Do you see it that, or February?
We've got this remaining in place through Tuesday, February 6th, so that's what we're tempering.
the
It
first
says the
two.
ordinance shall remain, moratorium shall conclude earlier upon the occurrence of any of the following: approval by the commission of Athens-Clarke County of an additional moratorium after a public hearing, affirmative act by a majority of a quorum of the commissioners terminate the moratorium, or the adoption and approval of an amendment to the current Title IX zoning development standard in Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, addressing the STRE issues that are described in the preamble of the ordinance.
Okay, but we've got an indication from our planning director that certainly the plan is to have something to us to vote on in February.
I have not heard, I don't want to say I've heard
Manager
that
Williams
from
is
the-
shaking his head, yes.
I believe that's what we're shooting. That's what we're shooting.
Okay. Well, thank y'all, and thank y'all for being here tonight, and hopefully we'll get something going, and we won't have to wait much longer, so thank you.
And just so that members of the public understand kind of the two elements that are conjoined, in addition to a forthcoming update to our zoning code dealing with short-term rentals that's moving now through the planning department, there's also essentially an online facilitator that we'll be utilizing to make sure that we don't overlook any short-term rentals in the community, and essentially it's going to be able to scrub the web to identify all of them that are out there, so that we make sure that we're applying those regulations across the board in Clarke County. So we've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Link. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, so on the Government Operations Committee, over a year ago, we presented to this commission a report recommending regulation of short-term rentals. There were provisions in there to allow them in homestead exempted properties. I believe there was even a provision that would have allowed them, if there was some on-site management. I'm just curious as to why that never made it to the Planning Commission and why we haven't addressed this
Commissioner, that is
now.
what's in front of the Planning Commission right now.
It is now,
Yes.
but when did it get in front of them? Was it just spurred by this most recent?
Yeah, I can answer that. I think the planning director was waiting until we had funding for the actual software
Oh,
platform.
for the waiting for the
Which y'all
software.
put in this year's budget. So once we
Okay.
had that, we started, and we've all been working hard to get this done once that.
Okay,
funding
so that was
came
the
in.
delay, the funding
Mhm.
for the software spurred
Yep,
by the
but once y'all put the funding in
FY24
there,
budget?
We've been working hard on it.
Okay,
And we're getting close to having an agenda item, like the mayor said, for that software platform that will be lined up with the text amendment.
so it will all launch at the same time?
That's what we're doing our best to achieve.
Okay, because I feel like there are a whole lot of them that have snuck in the time since then, when we were having some very public discussions about regulation. I'm looking forward to, extending this moratorium and getting some proper regulation that does make those allowances for owner-occupied properties and properly managed properties.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this moratorium, but I need a little help with this process and where there's opportunity for input and discussion before this comes in. I wasn't on the GOC, but my memory of this when it was presented last year, that it was just like, there's nothing we can do about everything that exists right now. Everything is grandfathered in. And one of my constituents, actually, who wrote the article, that was distributed, brought up a couple of possibilities that I need help understanding why we can't do something like that and what the opportunities there are. The possibility of sunsetting non-conforming properties and giving properties a year to comply, as we did when we adopted the current definition of family that prohibits more than two unrelated people living together, or the possibility of non-conforming properties that are grandfathered in having to apply for special permits that mitigate their impact on their neighbors who are in conforming properties. And so how can we have any discussion of that? Because if we take this article that was passed out to all of us, what we were looking at a year ago doesn't do anything to help the people who live here. And when is the opportunity for some discussion, creative thinking on this that we as a committee might want to, a commission might want to explore?
So Commissioner, just as agenda setter and kind of looking at the calendar, we're going to be getting a recommendation from the Planning Commission. So because this is a planning and zoning item in Chapter 9, that opportunity at that agenda setting meeting will be our formal opportunity. Now, it's very clear, and I've previously read the piece that was distributed to us tonight, that there are some elements of grandfathering and questions about how one falls out of grandfathering or how that may cease, which is a question in some other elements of land use in Clarke County that we've had to deal with. So what I'd recommend is that we ask the attorney to provide us some feedback there. I think that's a more substantive route than back and forth dialogue tonight.
And at that planning commission meeting, when that's being discussed, is that on the agenda for, the planning commission agenda for December? I guess when November happened early, we're meeting so late, so I guess that's the December meeting. Do you all know when it is? Just so that people, because there's public comment taken at those meetings as well.
I have not seen that agenda.
Do you all have any idea?
We'll have to get back to you on the
Okay,
timeline.
okay. But I mean, if we're going to get it in February, it would have to
It
be.
would make sense that it's on the December
Right,
agenda. I
because
think
there's
that's what the
usually
plan
not
is.
a planning.
Yeah, we can get back to you tomorrow on
Okay,
that.
good, great. I just want the public to be aware.
Commissioner Wright?
The planning commission's agendas are also posted on the website.
No, I
And you
know
can
they
also-
are, but I
and you
wanted
can- And you can sign up for alerts, so
Yeah.
that people can
Right,
follow
right.
it, and they can give their input and
Yeah.
learn as it goes through that process. And I just wanted to share the reason that I'll be abstaining in the conversation and the voting on this is because I am an on-site owner, manager, cleaner of an Airbnb, so I just want to make sure my abstention reason is clear.
And Attorney Drake, I think I need you to read this ordinance, is that correct?
Yes, sir. An ordinance to impose, continue and extend the temporary moratorium on the establishment of new short-term rentals on parcels in single-family residential zoning districts and for other purposes.
Thanks, Attorney Drake. Sure. I'm sorry, let me get Commissioner Hool and then I'll return to you.
Okay, this will be real brief. Just two things. One is to note that December Planning Commission meeting, usually they end up rescheduling it from the first Thursday, which is when they usually meet because of the holiday parade. So if staff can also just let us know if it is December, what the date of that meeting will be. I just, while we're here, like to share again that I support us finding a way to exempt primary residences, maybe even to think creatively about how to address folks like Mr. Bridwell, if there's a way to look at like people who live, very near a property. And I'm against parking requirements being included as part of this. And also, I do hope that when we think about the grandfathering, that we find a way to ensure that grandfathering doesn't carry over with the sale of a property. Thanks.
Commissioner Hamby?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm on the grandfathering issue. I do think we ought to look and figure out what we can do to offer some sort of guidance on how we can regulate those that are grandfathered in. I think Mr. Gallus does make some good points in his article about doing that, so I'd be very much interested in that conversation. And I will say this about the conversation about the software and the government ops. I don't remember talking about that being a holdup for us not being able to move forward with some sort of Josh, Mr. Edwards, I'm sorry, I don't remember us talking in government ops. I remember bringing up the software and using it, but I don't remember it being a reason for us not to move forward, and that's neither here nor there at this point in time. But I do know during the budget discussions, we did approve some dollars to have that software purchased, and that was in July, and now we're in November. So has the software been purchased?
So we have picked the software, and we're currently in the contracting process.
Okay.
And so I understand what you're sharing, Commissioner Hamby. And I think the concern was that without a software platform, we don't have the ability to enforce anything that the GOC talked about. So we needed a system to know and check to see where the short-term rentals are to then enforce.
So we've identified a software company, we have a contract.
We did RFPs, we got multiple applications, and we had.
We anticipate a vote on that at what?
On that same timeline. Yep.
Okay.
So we are, it is, that contract is just getting to safety and risk right now. So I think we're in good shape, and we're focused on getting that done at the same time. Okay. And that was always the plan from us, and I'm sorry if we didn't communicate.
Well, no, that's fine. I mean, and if we can certainly pay attention to, and this is for you, Attorney Drake, that grandfathering issue, I think will help us quite a bit.
The memo?
the grandfathering issue.
Right, some guidance.
Some guidance and some way where we can offer some sort of regulation even to those that are grandfathered in. So, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And one abstention from
One
Commissioner Wright.
abstention, abstaining. Abstention. Abstention.
All right, we are now moving on to new business, so I need a motion for suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Taylor for suspension of rulers. Got a second from Commissioner Myers. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, and these are under suspension of rules because they just are getting a single hearing. 21 is the Cisco Enterprise Agreement. Entertain a motion regarding this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so I've got a motion from Commissioner Hool, second from Commissioner Taylor. And this is, of course, software. Commissioner Hool, any input on this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm planning on supporting it. I am just curious why this is coming to us under new business instead of on the regular cycle. Like, was there an urgency or a delay?
We had a discussion on procurement, and as you can see, the annual cost is $73,000 thereabouts, which is below the thresholds for purchasing. I think staff were making some assumptions that we could just move forward administratively, but once we became apprised of it, then it ended up being a mid-cycle of this agenda cycle. We instructed them to, in aggregate, the 5 years is $300,000+, which is above our procurement thresholds or for my authority. And so we brought it before y'all as it's dictated by our procurement ordinance.
Thank you for that explanation.
Any further input, Commissioner Taylor?
Nope, ready to vote.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 22 is a resolution for an authorized representative with respect to the Series 2022 and Series 2023 Classic Center Arena project bonds. This is part of the formality around just signing the document, and entertain a motion regarding this item.
So moved.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Wright, any input on this?
Just, do you have an update on the committee? We're going to have a bond oversight committee.
We are, and that will be part of my mayor's report in a few moments.
Stay tuned, huh? Okay, I'm glad, thanks for putting that together.
Glad to.
Ready to vote.
Commissioner Hool?
Yeah, 3 questions, hopefully quick. One is same as before, why is this off cycle instead of just coming through next month? The next is what, if any, effect this will have on existing or already agreed upon oversight and advisory boards. And then the third is I would just like to invite the manager, if he'd be willing, to speak to some of the concerns that were raised by a commenter at the podium about how you might approach the interests of workers and living wages and things when discussing with the contractor or
I can
subcontractors.
answer first too. What this is authorizing the manager just to sign the requisitions for payment we get each time. You approved one of these previously with respect to the first bond issuance. This is for the second bond issuance and the third bond issuance. And we've actually just started, spending the second bonds. And so the reason it's coming right now is because right now the mayor has to sign them because that's what the bond document said, and it's not efficient for him to sign them. And plus the manager is chief administrative officer of the government. So that's why we wanted to go ahead and get that forward so the manager could have that authority to sign those in lieu of the mayor as they come forward. I'll let Manager Williams speak to the last question.
Sure. And so the authority is a body that's appointed by the mayor and commission to oversee the operations of the Classic Center Authority and its executive director. And they made the overture for this back. And certainly as the chief administrative officer, I'm more than welcome to engage with them. But they are a distinct and independent governmental body. They have an advisory, they have an oversight function in the board, and you've created another oversight function. So there's 2 oversights there that will directly speak to what they can or can't do, but I will certainly ask those questions as to progress that's being made and report back to you what I hear.
Thanks, Manager Williams.
Yeah, I think just those questions, as I understood them to be, are largely maybe the following three categories: the wages that folks are getting paid, how or how much they're incorporating minority contracting, and if and how they're hiring locally or pipelining local workers into their construction work. Thank you. Oh, and I guess just the clarity on, so the right now is just because there's already efficiency issues with trying to get you to sign them, so.
So, yeah, we're kind of going to be moving into the FF&E period, so I don't know that I need to be signing for the cookware and the soda vending apparatus and the like, and light bulbs and such. So.
Thank you for clarifying that.
If it would help everybody, the attorney put this together. It's very similar to what's going on with Indy, Athens, and Bethel, where it's just facilitating moving forward with what's you've already approved. We're not coming up with new things. We're not doing different initiatives. It's just the administrative approval of the direction you've already set into motion.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Fisher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, item 23 is reconsideration of the approved plan to reduce homelessness from the last meeting that, of course, was part of our minutes. And Commissioner Thornton, I know you were just interested in changing your vote, so
Yeah.
we have this on the agenda essentially as it was in the exact form last month. So would a member of the body like to make a motion again regarding what they approved last month?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Taylor, and we can do a roll call in that way.
Well, I do want to say that I'm not really lobbying for anybody else to change their vote. I just feel, and I want the community to know, on October the 4th, I sent an email out. I had 10 questions about the transition of the residents at the encampment. I really did not get a response. Then I sent another email out on October the 21st, and I requested, I was trying to follow up about Advantage not having hotel vouchers and what that meant. And the manager did kind of answered my question, but still, I think we, in other words, I really think that bothers me that we've given money and we can't even deal with the plans to, where we are now. And as I reflect on this whole homeless situation, I've been very supportive because I think they're people and they should be held with dignity and help. But when I look back, we were told that it would be too expensive to rehab that barber building. And now that I look back, the money that we have spent, we could have directly helped a lot more people instead of going through this organizational process. I don't know when we're going to get to the point where we are actually spending money on the people that we say we are. I don't feel good about my vote. I tell you the truth, I didn't feel good that night, but I went along with it. But I do not want time to go by and someone looks and see that I voted for something that I really did not support, because I feel as though we could have done a much better job in addressing the issue, but we have been kicking the ball down the road, and I'm gonna feel really rude after this, because after this vote, I'm going to leave. I got family here, and I'm going to leave, but I just have to live with myself that it was just a bad vote on my part. So there you have it, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that explanation. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the plan to reduce homelessness with funding recommendations attached. Motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner.
That's not,
Mr. Mayor.
That's not what she's talking about. She's talking about the transition.
Plan.
Yeah, this is the transition plan for the homeless encampment, Mr. Mayor.
All right, that was not clear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so what item was that on the?
It was number
24, it was item 24 on October.
24, yeah.
So 24 from the October voting meeting, all right? And so we've got a motion on the floor from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Taylor for the transition plan regarding the Barber Street encampment.
Right. Can I ask a question or make a comment?
Go right ahead, Commissioner.
We're just revoting on what we did now. There's been
Yeah.
no substitute motion
No.
with any other plan or
It's just a
projected.
redo.
She's just changing it.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I just want to make sure, because I've heard some discussion among different individuals about, doing something different, but there's no plan to do anything differently. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Link?
I just want to explain that in that meeting, I did introduce a substitute motion asking for a 2-week delay on voting on closing down the encampment to allow everybody in this body to do their due diligence and ask the questions they needed to ask. And I specifically asked everyone to go down to the encampment and speak with the residents. So there was that substitute motion at the time that gave everyone the opportunity to get any
At the
extra
last
information.
meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't hear you because I would have supported that.
Yeah, well, it's on the record, it's on the video.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
But to clarify once again for me, there was not a substitute motion that presented something else to vote on as well?
No,
Okay, so that's
the
fine.
action where we've got a motion and a second is
Okay.
just a redo of exactly what we had last
Okay.
month. Commissioner Hool?
Just to clarify, I'm going to vote the same way I did last time, which is against this, and that's not in any way a slight against staff. They've, I think, done what they could in many ways with this, but I do feel like we as a body should have done more. Maybe this is a Hail Mary at this point, but if there was a willingness to try, I mean, this is pretty last minute. I appreciate, I saw the email exchange, actually, I think, I had kind of said like maybe a motion to reconsider is in order, and I was pleasantly surprised when I heard that tonight. But it's hard to imagine what we would do right now on the fly. But I do think it is worth noting, because there's money left over unallocated for the homelessness ARPA, that the strategic plan specifically said, hey, there's still some money here to use for whatever. And we heard from some of the people who were on that advisory body that maybe we should use that for an encampment type project or for the transition. That money is currently not allocated, so there's some funding we could do something with. And the voucher program that was approved, that I'm assuming we're going to end up just reapproving tonight, but with a different count. That voucher program does not provide enough vouchers for all the people at First Step. It does not have a plan for what to do with those folks once the vouchers run out in a few months. And for those reasons, among others, in addition, also noting that the Advantage voucher program has also run out of money. So there's a big question about their whole wait list for people to get into vouchers has now been completely deprioritized because we're putting the First Step people in front of everyone. And vouchers are just extremely expensive. So I just hope that we can think critically as a body about how to utilize that funding that we've got, however little it is, to try to do something as soon as possible. Winter is here.
And I guess, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
I guess that's my point with what Commissioner Hull is saying. I would have rather seen that money be used for vouchers or something direct service for folk, not just to sit. Every winter, we talk about warming stations. Every winter. Last winter, we had to open up Thomas Lay Park because the temperatures dropped. The email I got from Manager Williams, he said that they had planned to do the vouchers start in January. January is almost too late, y'all. So either we're going to help folk directly or we're not. And I just don't want my name attached to something when I know we could have done better.
One more little thing. It's late,
Go ahead,
so
Commissioner Myers.
if I had thought about this all before, but I would like to ask the manager if between now and our next meeting in December, as we go through here, if we can get an update, because people are asking us about how many of the people have agreed to go into hotels, what the placement rate is, and if there is any need from the staff's perspective for us to allocate do anything else. So that kind of update would be great for December.
I will also resend you the questions that I sent everybody plus the manager. And those are the questions it was 10 questions.
May I just,
Commissioner?
very quickly, as I understand it, please correct me if I'm wrong, there's $286,101.75 left unallocated. Am I reading that agenda item from October 3rd correctly? That when we approved the hotel voucher program, I know y'all didn't come here tonight prepared for this, and neither did I.
Sounds
but-
about right.
So there's assuming I'm looking at the right part of this report, there's $286,000 roughly unallocated, in addition to the money that we already allocated to the hotel voucher program. And if staff is able to give us some kind of report for December, I might ask if it's possible, I know this is a short timeline, if it's possible to get that in advance of our agenda setting meeting. It would provide us an opportunity while we're all here together to discuss what, if anything, we'd like to do, so we're not doing it super duper last minute. It's pretty last minute, but, yeah, that's all. Thanks. Ready to vote.
Commissioner Davenport.
I'm so sorry. So, yeah, I sent Blaine an email before this discussion, and I thought that $286,000 was allocated. You sent us an email, you sent me an email explaining how those funds could be used. Or I had asked a question, is it payroll, is it?
So if I'm reading correctly on the agenda item, we allocated
the money that's left over.
50,000, and what's left over is 280.
Yeah.
It says 286,101.75 remaining from previous allocation to SHE that could be used for transition activities. So I think we did some allocating, and that's what's left unallocated.
Okay.
But I am not staff, I did not write that report, I hope that I'm looking at the right line. It's just me reading what we had last month, and I didn't arrive here thinking about it, so.
All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
We're going to go ahead and go around the room.
Wright,
Yes.
Fisher,
No.
Sewell,
No.
Culpepper,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Orton,
No.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Blake,
No.
Taylor.
Yes.
6 yes, 4 no.
All right, thanks, Madam Clerk, I appreciate it. All right, now is that time in the evening, and we have public input from residents on any item that was not on tonight's agenda. So if anyone would like to speak to us about any of those items that were not on tonight's agenda, come on down. Rules of input are the same, 3 minutes. You know how the clock works.
My name is Benny Coleman. I live at 271 Rose Drive. The first thing I came here thinking about, a lot of people in my neighborhood, along with my community, wanted to know exactly what it means by grandfather law. The public needs to know what that term means and how would it support them. The next thing we wanted to know, why are people being punished who are not able to take care of their property? Example, painting, cutting grass, and then investors come in and pressure them by calling and sending them letters and forcing them to move out of their home. And the third thing is, I wanted to know, why aren't we keeping any kind of note on habitat and land trust and other organizations like that? How many people are they helping? How many of those people are young people, college students, elderly people? So we can keep a track of what we need to do in the future. And the last thing I want to talk about, why are we losing money, which we need, to Oconee County Civic Center, well, the poor people cannot afford to go to Athens Civic Center. That doesn't make any sense. We are taxpayer people here, but we're being punished and penalized, the lower income people, so they have to go outside of Clarke County to a cheaper, at some point, venue and a safer venue and a more pleasant venue. Why is it that? And that's my comment for tonight. I
Thank
would
you,
like
Mr.
to
Coleman.
answer on that.
Appreciate it. Any other input on items not on tonight's agenda?
My name is Barbara Day. I'm here again talking about affordable homes. I'm here over a year waiting on some affordable homes, and I'm here to find out that we're not going to get any. And that's a shame. It's a lot of people out here still coming and calling me, asking me what's going on. I try to be here every Tuesday night talking about these affordable homes, but yet we're not getting anywhere. I sat back here tonight and I found out about the one-bedroom apartment. Why can't we have one-bedroom apartments? Not apartment, houses. I've been here all my life. I'm being forced to be moved out of Athens, and that's not fair. I come here and I plead and I beg with y'all to help us, but nobody don't want to help. What is going on with the low-income houses, apartments? They open up the vouchers. It ain't gonna do Athens, Georgia any good because they're not taking them. So why open up a voucher? Because Athens can't get it, they gotta go to the rural counties. Rural counties said they don't have an open because they keeping the ones that they already got. This is so sad. It really sad. And I know that y'all can help, but y'all going all around us. You told us y'all wasn't gonna take no more UGA apartments anymore. Then I'm finding out y'all building some more for them. But we still here. We still here. We still invincible. We're not gonna be pushed out handled any kind of way. Y'all not gonna be pushed out handled any kind of way. Y'all sit here and laugh and kick about what's going on with the low income people. You got people being killed out there. You got people dying out there. You got people having heart attacks out there. That's sad. And then you talk about mental health. Do you know why a lot of people got mental health? Because they have nowhere to stay. That's why they don't have, their health is gone because they live from day to day trying to scrub to get somewhere to stay, to put a roof on their head, but yet y'all not still helping us. Y'all looking at us like we some sick people. We're not sick, we deserve to be here just like y'all did. And that's sad. That's really sad nobody want to help. That you got to put us out in a rural county. But y'all look at us like we nothing. We're somebody. Y'all no different than us. If I cut y'all gonna believe. If I get cut, I'm gonna believe. We no different. So will y'all please do something. Please. Because it's just a time, a limit. People are dying by the minute, the second. They are dying. And they are dying because they out here in the cold, don't have no food, nowhere to stay. Please help us.
Thank you, Ms. Daniel. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jessica Four. I live on Jennings Mill Road in Athens, and I'm here to discuss the noise ordinance in reference to protecting the First Amendment rights of all Athenians during special events in particular. And I'll preface this by mentioning, because it'll be relevant, I am an evangelical Christian. I have been in vocational ministry in several different denominations in and around Athens for about 25 years, and I am currently a Methodist worship leader. We have a current noise ordinance that the least restrictive version of it is it's 300 feet. If I can hear you with a football field between us during the day and into the evening, that exceeds the limits of the noise ordinance. And that's not a First Amendment issue. Ordinances like this are broadly upheld as being constitutional. And so if I were to, say, go out in my cul-de-sac with a PA system and play Freebird at a loud volume that's bothering my neighbors, so they call in a noise complaint, it doesn't suddenly become a First Amendment issue if when they arrive, I claim that God told me to share the immortal words of Leonard Skinner with my neighbors, or else everyone will go to hell and burn for all eternity, it's still a noise issue. Now, we are very lucky to live in a community where we have a lot of special events where lots of different groups with different perspectives have the opportunity to exercise their First Amendment rights to freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom of speech. And so, you know, we have AthFest, we have Hot Corner Festival, we have Porch Fest. Went to Porch Fest this year, expecting to have a good time, and I was coming up Boulevard close to the intersection at Grady when I heard at a great distance sort of the usual suspects. We have some local rabble-rousers, street harassers, who come out with a religious pretext to dish out verbal abuse against others. And they specifically bring mechanical amplification. Sometimes it's a bullhorn. You can get a $30 bullhorn at Harbor Freight that can cover 2,600 feet. Sometimes it's a PA system. So I heard them when I was close to Grady, and they were close to Chase Street, and I later measured that on Google Maps, and that's a distance of 1,200 feet. They recorded video of themselves and bragged about their purpose being to prevent people from being able to hear the music, to be able to disrupt the event. They begin the video by saying, "You need to hear the gospel of Jesus Christ more than any of this crummy music." And this is continually happening. It's particularly onerous for people who have experienced religious trauma, who have experienced narcissistic abuse or domestic violence. It's particularly onerous for people who have hearing disabilities or sensory processing issues. And this is a constant recurrent issue at public events in Athens. So I'm seeking some discussion of the noise ordinance and clarification of it still being binding on people who have not done the work to pull a permit for a special event, and perhaps specifically saying that we're going to crack down on competing amplification in those specific settings.
Thank you, Ms.
very much.
Ford. Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak to any item that was not on tonight's agenda?
It's Walter Allen, Jr. The question is, why would the Athens-Clarke County government support Athens Land Trust in their attempt to control the West Broad Street school properties? Kind of did a little research on the history of Athens Land Trust on Salt, on the Hancock Corridor area, and on the West Broad Street corridor area. 8 to 10 years ago, they had one of the Athens Housing Authority's director to go to then Superintendent Lanou, and they were granted a 5-year lease on West Broad Street School. Athens Land Trust does receive federal, state, and local monies for their food and farm program. They received $3 million for the East Side Block Triangle, in which they now control. $3 million from the federal government. I believe it was $1 million from the states, but they were there 5 years. And when their lease was up, we had a superintendent, new superintendent then, his name was Dr. Means. He proposed an early learning center. Now, several of us here were at the renaming of schools, Chase Street and Alps Road. And what I saw from those elementary students, early learning is working. They were not only disciplined, they were, I was really kind of amazed with them. They were spirited, they were impressive. And this goes to show that early learning works. Early learning, if done correctly, which I think it has been done correctly in this school district, works with the mother before birth up until they get ready to go to pre-K. Very important times. We can't get enough of early learning center. We probably have a waiting list in the Clarke County School District of it right now. So it was needed. After he
Mr. Allen,
is over.
Up.
Should have 3 minutes. Probably gonna work up there.
Appreciate you coming down. Thank you.
That's.
Good evening, Broderick Flanagan, P.O. Box 295, Athens, Georgia. Wanted to speak to 2 issues. One, the housing issues Ms. Barber was talking about. It's very important that we do put our heads together to figure out some solutions, some viable solutions. Either creating some type of new zoning that allows for, the professor from UGA came and spoke about pods, having heated units on certain plots that would at least get people out of the elements. Either something like that or creating like a warehouse space where you can have cots in there just to get people out of the elements. Again, coming up with creative ideas to think about housing the homeless until we can get them, or the unhoused until we can get them in a more stable situation. And then a home ownership piece, again, what Ms. Daniels was talking about is very important. I think some creative things can be done with the funds that is given to the Lennon project to address some of those down payment assistance issues, or even just qualifying in general for those opportunities. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was this disparity study. And I know the school, we had a town hall meeting, and some of the commissioners attended it. It was very reminiscent, though, I feel like, of like when Crystal Coburn was here, and we had a lack of support or showing in certain commissioners coming to that diversity training that she offered. I know some commissioners that are on commission now weren't here when that training was given, but just that showing of the lack of support from commissioners to be at that training was very telling to me. And so I don't want to repeat something similar to what's going on right here with the disparity study that we just commissioned. So I'm asking the commission to adopt the recommendations from the disparity study, but not just adopting them outright before you have public input from the community, from the most affected people that do business or that aren't doing business with the city in terms of the disparity, the racial disparity that we are seeing. And then looking at how we can create some type of long-term program. I'm talking about a 20 to 25-year program that we can grow that part of our business sector for them to be able to compete at the level that they need to be able to compete in, so we can have greater numbers and greater participation from the African American vendors. It was very alarming to see the numbers from that study, and I think we can come up with some ways to address that through the policy, the MBE policy. I'm sure our attorney can come up with some ways in which we can stay in compliance with the laws and what the laws allow. So I look forward to engaging in that work with you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Flanagan. All right, we are going to go ahead and move to reports. 2 items tonight, an assignment to government operations and a committee naming. And I'm assigning to government operations advancing efforts pursuant to recommendations from the disparity study. There's some elements where staff is ready to move and some where they need some input from the body. And so this will move to government operations. And then also naming tonight the Classic Center Bond Oversight Committee. Commissioner Wright is the district commissioner and serves on that body. Commissioner Davenport will be the additional commissioner. Jennifer Zwirn will be the Classic Center Authority member. Tim Kelly will be the downtown business owner. Trip Moore is the hotelier, and Karina Gallagher is the East Athens resident for that committee. And so that is it from me. And Manager Williams, anything tonight?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank the mayor and commission on behalf of the employees for the holiday this Friday for Veterans Day. I think that was good on multiple fronts, and not the least of which is recognizing our veterans for the sacrifices they've made for the freedoms that many of us enjoy. And for those of us that have veterans in our families or friends, we know that they carry scars that we can't see, and they've carried burdens. And so not just on Friday, but every day, let's thank our veterans for their service. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's see, Otter Hassemer? Anything tonight? Attorney Drake?
No report.
All right, we're going to go around in reverse order. We'll start with Commissioner Hamby and end with Commissioner Davenport.
Sure, thank you. Manager Williams said something that's just a brief little story about my dad. He was in the Army, but he wears this jacket that has that he got from my niece when she graduated or went through the Air Force school boot camp, and he wears this jacket into Costco, and he gets a kick out of every time somebody thanks him for his service. And I'm like, you weren't in the Air Force, you were in the Army, so quit accepting it. But at any rate, so I would like to also thank Manager Williams and Assistant Manager Nikki Jones and Bruce Lonnie and Brad Griffin for attending a town hall that Commissioner Culpepper and Commissioner Wright put on together. Over 100 people attended. So and it was good, and had so much fun. We'll probably do it again in January. So there is that. But I did want to make a request of management and staff, and we have been talking about this and with Commissioner Wright, and it has come up in some meetings I've been in about, and I know we've talked about it a couple of years back, about what it would cost to bury the power lines on Millage Avenue from Prince Avenue to Lumpkin. And you mentioned last week a lot of communities are transitioning their sidewalks into multi-use paths. So be curious as to what, if we can get a ballpark estimate or what a concept plan may cost in order for us to look at that and start seeing if we can sell it to the community, if that's something that the community wants to see happen. I could see where it would develop a really strong network from Prince to Lumpkin to all over town, really. So anyway, if that's not too much trouble.
No, sir, we'll come back with some order of magnitude figures and then see what that looks like and go from there.
Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Yeah. Commissioner Williams, while you're at that, why don't we get the stretch from Kroger's to Lexington Road, because I've had a lot of people talking to me about that. That might just be a general number that we could have to know about that, because I know that's something people have brought up. I just also want to share that there is one of these solar power community conversations. It's going on this Sunday at the First AME Church, November 12th, 3 p.m. on North Hull Street. There's a free meal involved, but basically you learn about a lot of the programs that are available to reduce your how much you're paying for different updates to your house having to do with insulation, a new water heater. I'm getting $500 back from Georgia Power. There's ones that are specifically for low-income households. The one that I attended at the library with West Broad, neighborhood members as well. They're very eager to do this. If any of you have any community meetings or anything else where you'd like someone from this, the Clean Energy Organization to go to, I'll share this information so that you can have contacts. They put together a great presentation and showed how this really impressive video that it started with about how much money was saved by a low-income homeowner in the West Broad area. Otherwise, that's it.
No comment.
Try to be very brief here. Appreciate the commenters who stayed till the end as always. It's a slog for all of us, I think, to get there, so I really appreciate you sticking it out to share with us what's important to you. One quick note for District 6 residents, especially those in the Bogart area and off Cleveland Road and Fowler Mill Road. If you haven't seen the notice already, CSX is closing that, but it should only be for a couple more days. So if you're frustrated with the alternative route you're seeking, it shouldn't be for much longer. And I just I'm going to try my best to be very brief here, but there's a lot of war raging around the globe right now, some with more attention from people here than others, and some with more financial and military support from our government than others. There's Ukraine, Sudan. Very recently, 1 million Armenian people moved from Nagorno-Karabakh forcibly by the Azerbaijani government. But I think the thing we're probably hearing about the most is Israel-Palestine. And I just think, we as a local government don't really have much direct say over that. We as people in this community don't have much direct say or power over what happens, but we do have some amount of power over the way this plays out in our society. And we've seen really horrible things happening around the country. Ethnic-based hatred being spread, both anti-Semitic hatred. We've seen flyers in our own community of that nature very recently, spread all around Clarke County. And we've seen lots of anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, and especially anti-Palestinian hatred growing. A child was killed in Chicago not long ago, murdered by his landlord. We as leaders, I think, have a responsibility to speak to this, not because we necessarily have much power over what happens in Palestine and Israel, but because we have power in how people in our community engage with each other as these things deeply affect them, because they have family and friends and loved ones who are deeply affected. Some of them maybe even lived through traumas themselves. So the brutal killing of civilians on October 7th was absolutely a tragedy. Civilian hostages taken by Hamas deserve to be returned home safely. The brutal killing of civilians since October 7th with massive bombing campaigns, I believe, is also a tragedy. I believe we can't ignore the broader context. It's very complex. I'm not going to get into all that now. But Gaza is an area barely larger than Athens-Clarke County. It's almost the exact same size as Clayton County, third largest county in the state. 2.3 million people are crammed in there. Almost half of them are children under the age of 18. The average income of someone in Palestine, or in Gaza at least, before the war, never mind now, was less than the average income in Haiti, to give kind of some context on. We're just seeing our government support the bombing of a large number of children in a very dense and impoverished area. And I hope that we can find a way to value the sanctity of all life, recognizing that what happened on October 7th was absolutely horrific, but also that what's happening now perhaps warrants a ceasefire, and at least, I believe, a nuanced and compassionate discussion with each other to try to de-escalate the potentially violent tensions that are simmering in our own community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to announce that we had a town hall meeting on last night in District 5, had over 88 people to attend, full house. So I was glad to see our residents come out. And they had a lot of questions, and Mayor, talk with you privately about some of the things that were discussed and some of the things that was on their minds. But I just want to thank the residents from District 5 for coming out, and we spent 2 hours together on last night. So I appreciate them for doing that, and we'll do some more in the first of the year, but just want to thank them for coming out. I do, and I thought hard about this, I do want to address my colleague about the text message that you sent on yesterday. Not sure who you was addressing in that particular text message, and you sort of doubled down today with your email. So I'm not sure where you're trying to go with your rhetoric, but I don't appreciate it. So I just want to say it to you publicly. And you throw out these innuendos about different things, and I'm not sure how you back them up, but anyway, that's coming from me, one commissioner. I don't appreciate the rhetoric. And if you want to talk to me, you call me on the phone and we can have a discussion man to man. But don't send out text messages or emails and sort of put us in the same boat. So in the future, my recommendation is if you got something to say, call me on the phone. We can have a discussion. Thank you.
And I would ask that you, since I've been addressed directly, I'd just like to say, I would ask that you do the same when you're introducing a commission-defined option.
I didn't think I had to get your permission to do that. So if you,
No permission, just a notice, just a heads up.
Okay, I also want to thank staff for their time at the community conversation. You guys really helped us educate the group that for the growth plan concept and what's coming for next year with collective information. And so I really appreciate that. And then the other topics that they asked about, Blaine, I'll get with you so that we can have a little talk about my list and yours of what and then I got a list of some emails so that I can develop that information that we didn't have at the time that we told we'd follow up with. So I appreciate your time that's about to come to help me with that. And the woman who spoke about the noise ordinance, I have wanted my whole time on the commission to address amplified noise on our right-of-way. I think it's really a misuse of what should be a welcoming right-of-way for everybody, and hope that there will be a time in our busy committee assignments that we can address. If somebody has a special event permit, they can have a megaphone, nobody else can have a megaphone. And then also downtown, people are targeted that we're trying to have a welcoming environment. And I get it, if people want to talk to each other, but when somebody gets to amplify it, it'd be interesting to learn if we can not allow the amplification. I know we can't monitor what people say or try to redirect what people say, but I don't know that we can have to allow them to have it amplified. And she put together a pretty good example of how unwelcoming it is, and I think in an environment where we want to have welcome everybody, that kind of verbal abuse is not helping. So it'd be great if we can get that in the parking lot to maybe move up into committee assignment. Thank you.
I would like to thank staff too for all of your hard work. Mayor, my colleagues, I would like to thank everyone that donated to District 3's second annual Fall Festival. It was so awesome, smiling faces. Yeah, so I have a Power of Your Voice rally that is going to be November the 19th. We have the Youth Black Caucus that's down in Savannah coming to Athens to speak to our youth about exercising the power of their vote, their voice. And it's going to be November the 19th, and it's going to be held at, wait for it, 11,355 Commerce Road. And so, yeah, I have flyers that's going to be coming out, but I'm really excited. And so anyone that's watching right now, you're more than welcome to bring your teenager, your middle schooler, just so that we can get them out and involved. Yeah, so that's about it.
11,000, can you tell me that address again? 11,000.
I got it down pat from the prayer line, so I do the prayer lines. I have to, yeah, pray. 11,355 Commerce Road, Athens, Georgia, 306-4565.
Is it in the state of Georgia?
Oh, it's from, I'm sorry, and it's from 4 to 6 on a Sunday.
Thank you.
I'll put in a second vote to have the noise ordinance put into committee. Jessica Ford called me the other day, and we had a discussion about not only the battle of amplification that seems to happen at special events. You know, there's also an increasing number of downtown venues that are amplifying outside on any given night of the week and competing. You know, people in cars driving by with amplified music on the streets. So yeah, I think we definitely need to readdress that. And, you know, we have a whole bevy of other issues associated with our noise ordinance. So I think it's high time that we readdress that ordinance. I just want to thank everybody that came out to the dozens of growth concept meetings that happened all last month, the walks and the meetings. I went on several of the walks and was at least a couple of the sit-down sessions. And I'm eager to see that growth concept process moving forward with lots and lots of public participation. It's a really important conversation, and it can really set the groundwork for how our community grows and thrives, and we have a lot of work to do, no doubt. It can set the groundwork for future affordable housing and transportation and economic development. So I want to encourage everybody to pay attention as that land use and growth concept process moves forward. I also want to thank folks who came out to the North Avenue public input session and let them know that the public input period has been extended to November 19th. So you can take the online survey, just Google Athens-Clarke County North Avenue and it'll take you to the survey page. We have $25 million thanks to President Biden and our Democratic senators, Ossoff and Warnock, that will go into reimagining that corridor, which has really divided the community, and it's also been the source of fatalities repeatedly. There is also, hold on, I'm going to pull up my flyer here. There are open houses about the Newton Bridge TADs, and I just got notice of this. I just got this flyer today. There was one tonight, but there's another one Thursday night, November 9th at Terrapin from 5 to 7. Newton Bridge and the Chase Street corridor are eligible for tax allocation district money and improvements, so we want to get as much public input as possible on where that money could possibly be spent. And, we talk a lot about connectivity and pedestrian safety and road safety in that area. I'm going to encourage folks to go to our ACC Gov TAD page to find the online survey for that and to try and make it to the public input session at Terrapin Thursday night from 5 to 7. Thanks.
All righty, so bad news. Unfortunately, we had a pastor in Louis Thomas Earwings, the founder of the East Athens Dance Center. A good friend, lovely woman. She passed a couple of days ago. God bless her. May she rest in power. So good news. I do want to thank staff and the property committee for us viewing some of the sites around Athens. That was really eye-opening to see how desperate we are in need of a space. But Commissioner Thornton and I are working on a tour of the Judicial Center in the upcoming weeks. So I will send out an email. I would love for y'all to see how crowded they are in the courthouse currently and how we can utilize that space years down the road. Happy Thanksgiving, that's coming up. So lots of turkey. I do like to eat turkey, so if you have any left over, bring them by my house, please. Thank you. November 16th, the East Side will be getting a medical center facility that will be opening November 16th at 2 p.m. and motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we stand adjourned.